Hi, thanks for joining us today. I'm here with Vince Kwok from Binance, and I'm really delighted to have you with us today, Vince. How are you?
I'm doing great, Michael. Thank you for having me here. And I wanted to thank everyone for attending in the audience as well.
Well, the subject of the conference is Bitcoin for corporations. We had some really good content yesterday, and we covered accounting and legal and strategy considerations and macro considerations. And we had, I don't know, 6,000 people on our session. Nearly broke the internet for us. But I think that some of those things have streamed out to 30 or 40,000 people in the last few hours. So I think what's on everybody's mind is, I'm a corporation, I'm interested in Bitcoin. How do I get started? And of course, Binance is the top of the program. So Vince, tell us about your company and its background and employees and backers, and what else do we need to know?
Sure. So Binance is the largest cryptocurrency exchange in the world by both spot and futures volume. We do about $15 to $20 billion a day on the spot side and about $35 to $40 billion a day on the futures side. All-time high volumes on a single day was about $100 billion, and we achieved this earlier this year. Just to give you a sense of what this means, on the spot side, we're about 3 times the volume of our nearest competitor. And on the futures side, we're almost 40% of the global futures volume. The company itself started in late 2017. So we're about 3.5 years old with 1,600 employees. I think we're one of the most globally distributed teams in the industry with staff over 50 different countries and regions. And because of our setup, we're actually quite lucky, and we embraced the centralization well before COVID. So when the pandemic happened, we're actually quite well positioned to support the surge in this crypto interest with minimal disruption.
How do you compare your firm to other vendors in the space? Do you have any particular specialties?
Yep. So as the largest exchange, what you'll get with us is the best liquidity and volume in the industry, whether it's for Bitcoin, Ethereum, or other altcoins. And in fact, most other vendors, such as OTC firms and traders, do end up hedging their flows on Binance. So in a way, you can see us as the aggregator of liquidity in the industry. And what that means for our clients is connecting to us means you're connecting directly to the source. And of course, there are obvious cost benefits there. So even though we started as a simple exchange, we're actually now much more than that. We've grown into one of the largest ecosystems in the industry. I like to use Google as an analogy, where they started in search and they excelled in that space. And later they created a host of other products, Gmail, Maps, and also gave it on Android. Similarly, our core strength lies in the spot and futures exchanges. But then since then, we've also built out many products around that. Each client's situation is different. I mean, I guess I'll get into some of the products in a little bit, but in general, each client's situation is different. And so not everything is applicable to everyone, but I think that we have enough products and services under one roof. So it essentially makes it very easy for clients to come in and for us to, once we understand their needs, to show them which products and services would be applicable and good for them. And that way they can just plug in and start using the new features right away.
Okay, so like on that subject, what kind of Bitcoin related products and services do you offer for corporations? Like, do you have brokerage or custody or funds or banking or derivatives or gateways or APIs or something else?
Right, it's a great question. So corporates is actually a very diverse group. Even among the audience here, I'm sure there are many different types of institutions with very different needs. So instead of a one-size-fits-all solution, we aim to have something that suits everyone's custom needs. For instance, for general corporates, funds, and buy and hold investors who want to accumulate, let's say, a substantial amount of Bitcoin without moving markets, we have the OTC block trading desk. What it is a white glove service where we have a dedicated professional to walk you through every step of the way, through onboarding, how to move fiat in, best ways to accumulate the position that you want. and also what to do with the with your assets afterwards. For those of you who are a little bit more experienced and prefer to pull the trigger yourself, shall we say, we have an online OTC portal, so that allows you to conduct these block trades yourselves. You can check your own prices and trade during your own time. For professional investors, we have what is essentially like a prime brokerage solution. We offer crypto borrow, margin trading, and lending services, which is currently used by many of our professional trading clients. For corporate partners, people like vendors and merchants, they can get connected to our Binance's API, which is currently used by hundreds of vendors and B2C clients. So the benefit of working with us, a reliable B2B service provider, is that it can give you the peace of mind that our platform will be stable, and that that allows you to essentially focus on running and growing your business, and leave the rest of the work to us. Also, just earlier this week, our CEO, CZ, announced a new product, Binance Pay, which is a borderless and secure payments platform that allows merchants to take crypto payments from their clients and receive stable coins and fiat on their side. So this is another tool, hopefully, that can allow vendors to then quickly plug in and support cryptocurrency payments for their clients.
Binance Pay, really exciting.
That's right. That's right. We're expecting great things on that as well. On the corporation side, for those of you who are looking for treasury management solutions, most people don't want to sit on dead cash or in assets. They want to always earn a bit of carry on the assets, right? So for that, we have the Binance Earn product, which is essentially a platform where you can get yield enhancement on your cryptocurrency assets. It is a bit like a savings platform, as you mentioned earlier, where users and clients can deposit their coins and earn an interest on top of that. The beauty of this is that you can also take it out at any time. And if you do want to trade your coins, then it's very easy. With a few clicks of the button, you can take it out, and immediately it's on the exchange, and you can trade it right away. For those who are looking for hedging solutions, there's a few options. So you can trade it on you can hedge via futures on a futures platform, as I explained earlier. And we also launched our options platform late last year, and so that is running pretty well as well.
Wow. Okay. A lot of products. Tell me about your customer base, like especially your corporate clients.
Sure. Our customer base is very international, and it spans over 180 countries and regions. So historically, the crypto space has been led by retail demand. And so that naturally, retail is a key demographic for the industry, and it's no different for us. And on the corporate client side, what this means is we started mostly with a B2B solution, right? Working with vendors and other B2C partners who would then have their own client base. This formed a significant part of our corporate client base at the beginning. And also amongst the early corporate adopters are some of the more nimble institutional traders, some of whom have been trading with us pretty much since the first days of Binance. But of course, in the last 12 months, the crypto corporate landscape has changed dramatically. And we have seen an influx of traditional investors come into the space, and of course also onto Binance. So just to give you a sense of the numbers, right? In Q4, the number of corporate applications increased by about 38% quarter over quarter. The total number of corporate clients that we have on the platform increased by about 70% year over year in 2020. So what's interesting is that the new customer base is a very different demographic than from before. The new corporate clients consist of mainly family offices, corporates, and even some traditional funds coming in looking to buy Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, many for the very first time. So there's a very big educational element there and it's very exciting to educate this new group of corporate investors and to get them involved in cryptocurrencies.
How would you describe the typical customer journey for a corporation that decides to do business with Binance? How long does it take to onboard? What kind of requirements do you have for corporate accounts? What kind of challenges do the new customers face? And how would you manage, or how do you suggest they manage those items?
Right. So we have a very diverse corporate customer base, as I mentioned. So depending on the customer, the journey could actually be quite different. But invariably, I like to always start the journey with a conversation with the client to understand things such as what's your background, what are your goals, and whether it's to let's say to set up a fully automated API connection to Binance to grow your own crypto business, or to find the most capital efficient way to actively trade on the exchange, or maybe simply just to learn more about Bitcoin, how to buy it using fiat currencies that you currently hold in your bank account, and how to store the tokens in a safe manner. So there are vastly different motivations. And once we understand your goals, then that's when we come in and offer you the products and services that best suit your needs. Once that is once that is clear, then the next step is to execute and get into things, right? So then we require the client to open a corporate account with us and submit the relevant documents. Typically, it's not that different from I'd say your standard cryptocurrency or banking onboarding process. Once submitted, the onboarding team will go through the due diligence and onboarding process. KYC and AML are very important to us, so we take it very seriously. But nonetheless, we do try to make the process as pain-free and as
how long does it normally take? Like, what's the shortest or the longest, time that I might expect as a company?
Right. That largely depends on the complexity of the corporate structure. So the simpler it is, then usually it's faster. Often, if we need to, if we can expedite it, then I'd say if all the documents are in order, a couple of days should not be a problem, or even faster. Generally, the delays are I would say usually caused by if we're waiting for documentation. So as long as the customer can provide all the documents, it can be done quite quickly.
Okay. What strategies do you see companies pursuing right now to differentiate their offerings via Bitcoin?
Right. There's it's quite interesting. What we're seeing is a gradual increase in companies that are accepting Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies as a form of payment. Now, of course, credit cards are always going to be an integral part of. I wouldn't say always, but it's going. I think it's going to be there for quite some time. Integral part of the purchasing process in the digital age. But if you are offering a crypto payment gateway, that does offer an additional option to your customers. And how does that benefit you, right? Number one, generally it's going to be cheaper than credit card fees, which is a direct benefit to the company's top line. And number two, if from a treasury management perspective, if the company decides to accumulate cryptocurrencies over time, this does allow you to do that naturally through your revenue stream. Cryptocurrency does naturally flow into your to your accounts, and that can be one good way to just naturally accumulate over time in line with your revenues. Another trend that we're seeing is actually the opposite, where various channels and companies are providing a portal or an access for users to purchase cryptocurrencies from your platform, whether it's a website or your app. And for those who are interested in that, we do have a product and a team that can help. We'd be more than happy to have a chat to help you with integration and work with various vendors to become your partners.
So you see a lot of companies that are OEMing Bitcoin acquisition into their product, and they're using your backend and your APIs to do that?
Yep, that's right. That's exactly right. So the process of setting this up from scratch can be quite time consuming and quite expensive. You also have to figure out all the rails. You have to get the liquidity. So what better way to do that is than to actually access, go right to the source of that I was saying earlier, to come to Binance. The API is already there, already set up, waiting for you. We can walk you through how to get connected. We have teams to work with you to discuss the solution. There will be support online to walk you through the process. That way, you already have, it's almost like a store-built, store-bought option, right? That you can just open out of the box and you can use. That way you can focus on, again, your product and leave the groundwork to us.
I've always been impressed by the Binance website and all the published APIs and all the education materials. I mean, it's very transparent. You could find all this stuff on a Saturday afternoon, you know, without talking to anybody. And so it's kind of refreshing, very modern. Talking about products. Okay. What are your product plans for the future? What's your vision for your firm looking forward?
Right. So we see ourselves as an infrastructure provider in the industry, and we will continue to build as the industry grows. And just going to your earlier point about the education materials, when we talk about building, it's not just products for trading or services, but there's there is also a big educational element into it. So we have Binance Academy, we have Binance Research. These are all various publications that we will push out very regularly to educate users, both retail and institutional, on just cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin in general, and the latest trends, perhaps the new tokens that are coming out. So I do encourage everybody to pay attention to that, and there is a vast, there are a lot of resources there that folks can refer to. From the product side, back to trading products, let's say, we are driven by user demand. And what that means is sometimes it's a bit difficult for us to actually figure out where we're going to be in the future in a year's time. But what I can say is our strength is that we are actually very nimble. So when we see a particular need in the market, we're able to fill that gap very, very quickly. Just to give you a few examples, we saw a demand for derivatives. There's a growing demand for derivatives. So we built and came out with Binance Futures. And that we in about 6 months, we became the #1 futures platform after launch. So another example would be on the payment side. We did see a big need or strong demand, I'd say, for payment services. So the first solution we came out with was Binance Card, which is our credit card product. And now more recently, Binance Pay, which is another more, I'd say, a more ambitious payment platform solution for merchants. And also in the future, hopefully we also see this as a means for both corporates and retail to send assets to each other in a very efficient and safe and efficient way. I'd say in the near term, the focus this year will definitely be to continue, amongst other things, to build out our institutional products with obviously seeing the large institutional demand coming in. So there are some developments I can say on the custody side as we explore potential custody solutions. We'll have more information on that and other related products in due course. Those will be fleshed out and announced in more detail as the time comes.
You know, when you're dealing with institutions, I guess they could be buying the underlying Bitcoin, or they could be buying the derivatives or the futures. Do you have a sense of like their focus or their enthusiasm? Are there certain types of institutions that lean toward futures and others that just buy the Bitcoin? Or is there a preference for one or the other?
Yeah, definitely. So I would say institutions and corporates who are coming in and just learning about the space for the first time, in general, the spot or the actual Bitcoin is usually the first step. Once they have that, and they understand the process a little bit more, then they may start looking at some slightly more complicated products, although in the traditional finance sense, they may not be that much more complicated, but it is still an extra step up from actually holding Bitcoin itself. And then for derivative in the derivative space, what you'll see is usually more professional traders would tend to prefer to trade derivatives, and also teams and institutions that are maybe more sensitive to about capital efficiency, because by trading derivatives, you are able to apply leverage to your capital. At the same time, you want to be more educated and experienced about managing risk, given that there is that inherent leverage component. But for those who are able to manage this risk and understand this risk, what this allows them to do essentially is to take a larger view on Bitcoin, or even take the same view but apply less capital into Bitcoin, which allows them to spend or use that capital in other ways.
Okay. So let's talk about Bitcoin. What's your outlook for the Bitcoin marketplace for the coming 1 to 3 years?
Sure. I think the outlook is very, very positive. The market has currently grown to, it's a $1 trillion market, but it's still a drop in the bucket compared to traditional markets with, and I think there's still a lot of room to grow as traditional investors and corporates start allocating more of their treasury, more of the capital into the space. And I think what that means for Binance is we want to continue to build and to increase crypto adoption by lowering the barriers of entry and making it easier for new investors to come in. I think the role of exchanges here is actually very important, because many exchanges are seen as a fiat gateway, which is essentially the medium where your fiat currency is converted into cryptocurrency. This still remains as one of the more taxing roadblocks of traditional investors getting into cryptocurrency. And hopefully with our focus the past couple of months and going forward in offering more and more fiat currency support, we will make this we will be able to lower the barrier to entry for investors globally. So I joined Binance about 3 years ago, and just looking back, it's been a very, very exciting journey for me. Coming from trading, Binance is a 24/7 market. But cryptocurrency is a 24/7 market, and I always think that you go through 3 times as much in the crypto world than the traditional world, because every day in crypto is 3 sessions of equities trading in the traditional world. And everything just happens so quickly.
And you don't get Saturday and Sunday off either, by the way.
That's right. That's right. And there's Saturday and Sunday. So there's another six extra sessions over the weekends. Every morning, the first thing is check where the markets are. Just before you go to bed, you check where the markets are, because there's just so much going on. And the news, whatever, there's so much news that you just want to absorb and catch up on. I think we're still at the very early stages of this growth. And as the market matures, more and more innovations and financial tools will enter this market. And I guess in general, I'm just very excited to see what's to come.
Well, Vince, thanks for coming to share this with us today. And we appreciate it. And you have any final closing words for our audience?
I think, first of all, I'm just really grateful to be here to share, as Michael is, to share this market, this industry with everybody. And I think we're really still at the early stages. I think there's a lot more to come. And you're here at a great time. And
awesome.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. And
thanks very much.
And with that, onward to the next one. We'll see you in 4 or 5 more minutes for our next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vince.
All right, we're into our second session of day 2 of Bitcoin for Corporations. My name is Fong Li. I'm the president and CFO of MicroStrategy, and I have here with me Brett Tejpal. Brett, you want to do a quick introduction?
Sure, thanks. Really excited to be with you again, Fong. So I'm Brett Tejpal. I've been with Coinbase nearly a year. I look after sales, trading, custody, and prime, along with my partner, Greg Tusar, who runs institutional product for us. And I joined Coinbase after a 25-year career working at Barclays and JP Morgan. And at Barclays, I was serving as the global head of sales for fixed income and equities. And I was a part of the executive committee that looked after global sales and trading for all of our businesses. And so over that 25-year career, I largely focused on helping institutional investors get involved in new asset classes. And so crypto is really just an extension of that for me.
Awesome. Well, so you know this session is Bitcoin for Corporations, and it seems like you're the perfect person from Coinbase, but even prior to that, working with institutions and corporations. Why don't you just start with it? I think most of our audience here probably knows Coinbase, but why don't you start with just giving everyone a little bit of background about Coinbase, what you do, and specifically what you do for institutional corporations.
Thanks. So we're predominantly known for our retail app, but one of the things I hope to highlight in this session is that we have an amazing platform for institutional investors. And so Coinbase Institutional is an integrated solution that marries custody, our advanced trading platform, and prime services. So to give you some stats on sort of what that translates into, we have 43 million verified users. We've got over 90 billion of assets on the platform. We have 1,200 employees. We've got more than 40 assets that we trade, and you can custody assets with us that don't trade on our platform, and we have 90 assets there. And so to hit a few sort of distinctive traits about us, I would say our trading desk works on an agency basis. And so I think we've got the market leading platform, which you used time and again to achieve the best price. And one of the best things about that platform is that we've got pure agency. So what that means for the audience is we don't make prices. And so our interests are aligned with yours. We just get a flat commission. So that ensures the fact that every time you come to us to try and buy or sell, you're getting the best price from a big pool of liquidity.
Awesome. So 90 billion in assets, which is just really a staggering number. Tell us about how that distributes retail versus institutional versus corporate. I know you're in a quiet period anything you could share with us around sort of the growth rates that you're seeing, especially on the institutional side, would be great to hear.
Yeah, so actually, thanks for reminding me. I probably should have said it at the outset. Most of the people watching probably know that Coinbase has filed its S1, and as a consequence, we're in a quiet period. And so anything that's sort of beyond the stats that I shared at the top there that would lead to sort of forward-looking comments on sort of the price of Bitcoin or the growth of the platform, I'm not going to be able to address. But what I can address today, and what's going to be awesome, is to really go into the product platform and the suite of services that we offer. And so I would say one of the distinctive qualities of Coinbase is this sort of holistic nature. So we can be a one-stop shop. So we are the single point of entry, into the crypto marketplace. And so we've done quite a lot of work to make the Prime a one-stop shop. So what that means is you can buy there. Once you buy, there's a white glove service associated with buying. You can move that into custody with us, and then for our active customers that buy and sell quite a lot of crypto, we actually provide financing as well. And so that's another distinctive strength of ours. So there's no time delay. And the more that we offer these suite of services, the more we've been rewarded by clients clustering their businesses with us. But that said, and actually in Michael's description yesterday of Coinbase, he described it as an open platform. And I think that is an important thing to note. While we do have bundled services, each of our offerings has to stand alone on its own. And so we'll have crypto first customers that will come in just to use execution or custody or our other services. And so the way we approach it is we'd love to give bundled services to corporates and hedge funds and pensions and endowments that want to, but at the same time, each one of those things has to stand on its own. And so any customer can sort of pick or choose on how they want to put together, how they want to engage with the Coinbase platform.
Great. So maybe let's dig a little deeper on the corporate side, right? Tell us, what does the customer base look like, right? Like, who are you talking to? Are these large corporations? Are these institutional investors? Are these family offices? Like, what have you seen change in the last year in terms of that customer base?
So I'd say that we've had, there have been certain types of institutional clients that have long been invested in the space. And when I think about those customer types, I'll call sort of pensions and endowments. I would say they're new entrants, you being the most famous of all of them, as a corporate that took the bold decision to buy Bitcoin in your treasury reserve. As a consequence, you've showed the path. I loved your presentation yesterday on sort of the playbook. Together we wrote the playbook really on how a corporation can get involved and should get involved in the space. And so there are definitely corporates which are interested in thinking, watching what you did and building upon it. Other entrants to the space would be hedge funds. I think they've had a greater presence through the course of this year, and soon to be more asset managers as well. So you probably will have seen a case study that I wrote on LinkedIn about One River, for example, as a good example of a new entrant to the space.
Right. So someone is a corporation. They're a potentially new customer, right? They're just thinking about getting into cryptocurrency and Bitcoin investments. Like, what do they do first, right? And they're looking at the landscape of potential partners to work with. What's their first step when they call you up? What does that customer journey look like?
Right. So, and we went through this together, so you'll remember it well, hopefully. But you should have an expectation of a corporate first of meeting someone like me or someone on the team. So you've got a person that's operated at scale and in a regulated environment. So you've got a single point of contact. You would expect to get onboarded in, let's say, 2 days is probably a good expectation. In order to get onboarded, you have to pass through KYC and AML, so you have to be in good standing, and we do a pretty robust diligence on that. It's an important part of who we are, in this space. I find that public corporations and large institutional clients want to be in good company, right? And they want to engage with blue chip names that are very serious about KYC and AML. in that introductory meeting, we would remind you that we are a qualified custodian regulated by the DFS. We were the first custodian to get its SOC 1 reports. We can talk more about what those are. It's probably a level of granular detail we don't need to get into. We would introduce you to the fact that we've got the largest crypto insurance policy that's out there, to the best of my knowledge, at least. And we would start by saying, hey, what are you trying to achieve, and how can we help? And so often, Fong, in those, we're doing a lot of learning all at the same time. So there's a little bit of tell us more about perhaps Bitcoin or Ethereum and how it works, and we've got people that can jump on the phone and give you educational resources to go around that. And then it's how does it work? Right? So should I want to be involved? What happens? And so the big picture on that is you probably have 2 accounts with us. You can think of it as a prime account. That's a place where you buy and sell. And then you most probably have a custodial account as well. And so that would be the beginning of getting corporates activated. So the quickest that I've seen corporates activate is about 48 hours, where there are a few things to draw out on. While we've got the ability to onboard rapidly, one of the things that we're obsessed about is security. And you'll remember going through the process, with us, where we place a paramount importance on security, particularly when any fiduciary like yourself is acting on behalf of shareholders or somebody else. And so we'll go through sort of a coaching where we say, here's the account opening, your account's now open, but we'd really like to see you put these extra security measures in place. And so we've got recommendations in and around how to do that. We'll guide you towards doing a first test trade, but not until you've done the security, the hardening of your security. And you'll remember that we also have a white glove service for corporate officers, right? So beyond their ability to act for the corporate, we also have the ability to coach you through personal security as well. So once all the security measures we can see that they've been put in place, then we'll guide you towards a test transaction, which is probably the first time you might wire fiat money, into Coinbase, and then do a test transaction just to kick the tires to see if everything works. And there we'll initiate a trade. You'll settle your first trade where you bought, let's say, 1 Bitcoin, and then we'll send that into custody. And so that's a great way to start. And it's a sort of you can progress quickly, but it's important to me to make sure that everyone feels comfortable with the progression and the execution.
Awesome. 48 hours is actually really fast. So that's great. What is, other than security, what are the other big concerns or challenges that some of your corporate customers might face when trying to onboard to the platform and start trading?
Yeah, the onboarding is actually pretty slick and pretty quick. But when we go through the protocols of who can do what to whom, and so one of the things that corporates, and we're obsessed about, is making sure that only the right people are doing the right things. And so sometimes it takes a little extra time to think through, who at MSTR has the ability to, send and receive crypto, right? You undertake practices like white labeling, which is to say you lock down an account to say crypto and fiat can only travel between these 2 destinations and nowhere else, right? And so there's a little bit of thinking, I think, that the corporates have to go through to say, like, who in our hierarchy. It's not just going to be the CEO, CFO, and COO for obvious reasons. And so you talked a little bit about that in your corporate playbook yesterday. And so really, I would say that's not a challenge. That's just like an extra level of diligence that you have to go through. And then all the other things you outlined in your playbook are on thinking through public disclosure and other associated items that you addressed yesterday.
Okay, great. We have quite a few international attendees on the call and watching too. To just help them understand, where are you licensed to do business? What are the jurisdictions, and what does that landscape look like for Coinbase?
So domestically, we're a qualified custodian. We're a limited purpose New York trust company regulated by the DFS. I mentioned before we have SOC 1 Type 2 and SOC 2 Type 2 reports. So that means that we can deliver into our regulatory obligations. We operate in over 100 countries, so that's important. We are a fiduciary under New York banking law. So again, important. We're in compliance with the Bank Secrecy Act, the U.S. Patriot Act. We have money transmission laws. We're a money transmitter in the United States and in many other jurisdictions. And so you can think about at a high level, we've got a domestic offering and we have an international offering, high level. We have entities in different jurisdictions around the world, including Ireland, and we have a duplicate offering in both places. So really, aside from the different regulatory licenses that we hold, you can think of it as a duplicate offering. So one mirrors the other in terms of its security, its protocols, its robustness, its operational excellence. And so if you're an international client, then you have the ability to consume all of our goods and services internationally without ever having a nexus to the domestic United States.
Great. That's pretty robust and pretty broad overall. So you know, Bitcoin for corporations, a lot of folks here either already invested in crypto or are seriously considering it. What advice would you give them?
I guess what I would say to choose your partners carefully for a start. I would, of course, offer ourselves as being a trusted partner. I would say really, again, sort of echoing some of your comments, Fong, and echoing some of what you did, definitely do survey the landscape, right? And try and root out where you think there could be conflicts of interest or different things that you might want to avoid. For an example, the crypto marketplace is in many ways unique, but I think you want to take certain protocols and find certain partners to keep you safe. And so one of the things that we do, our smart order routing platform is a liquidity aggregator. So it looks not just a Coinbase exchange, but 10 other venues. But what we've done is we've done diligence on each one of those venues to make sure that we think that those venues adhere to the same KYC and AML practices. So we don't just route to any exchange. I think that's pretty important. The next thing I would say is to really see if you can get radical transparency around fees. So there's again, I took note of Jeremy's sort of comments yesterday about trying to sort of turn the screws on crypto and get good fee discounts, which of course you did. But I would say our pricing model is like very, very clear, very transparent. So agency is you buy or sell something, you just pay a flat commission fee, and that's it. And on custody, you just pay an amount of a fee paid in basis points per annum. And there's no other embedded fees, like there's no fees until you go to withdraw, for example. And so really understanding the fee architecture is important. And then I think you need to think through, does this partner operate at scale? Who else have they done trades for? Do they have a history of operational excellence? Do they, have they delivered? And so that an invitation from you to be in this event and talking through it after you chose us, exclusively to be your execution partner, I think says volumes. And so we continue to, when it's appropriate, disclose, others that we've worked with. But I think we're beginning to develop quite a track record of getting the best price and sort of the best service and the best overall result for large institutions that want to operate at scale.
Okay, great. Well, you sort of did it and summarized it, but well, you did it. Maybe you can just sort of really quickly summarize then. As someone is considering, let's call it an execution partner, what are the key differentiators that Coinbase has? The 3 or 4 things that you would pitch to somebody and say, look, this is what we do. Nobody does it better.
So that's exactly. So I'm going to take your pitch line and so Coinbase is the single entry point. It is the go-to partner for institutions for sure. So Coinbase Prime is a full service prime broker. So we do custody, trade execution, and lending all in one place. We also provide credit intermediation. And so I know that's something that not everyone may understand precisely what that means is, but we act on your behalf when you go into the marketplace. So what that means is we are the only institution that you have to do diligence on. So I'm going to get quite specific here. If you engage our trading operation and tell us to go buy Bitcoin on someone else's exchange because they've got the best price in that millisecond, we'll do that. To the extent that there was an unexpected interruption and there was some, some exchange went down, there was an outage, there was principal loss, Coinbase would insulate you from that, which is to say we'll take that risk. So you wouldn't lose principal risk. So once we return back inside the walled garden, successfully having bought, let's say, a Bitcoin, it's at that moment that we actually exchange fiat for Bitcoin, and then you send that to cold storage. And so in sort of banking terms, that's what an intermediation is. So Coinbase is the one place that you enter the marketplace, and we go out and get your best price. But while we're out there and while we're transacting, if something unfortunate were to occur, we insulate you from that risk. So that's really important. I think. Yeah.
No, sorry. Go ahead, Brett.
Yeah, and so the other thing that we do is we in considering who you would choose as a partner, the strength of our financial condition and balance sheet is really important, right? And as a function of that, we can provide financing. And so for active traders that want to trade in a moment's notice, they want to either buy something or sell something, we have the ability to make that happen. And so that's super important. Again, I think it's a defining feature for us. I think our smart order aggregation, our liquidity aggregation is fantastic. Hopefully, maybe I can get you to comment on that. But we do have the ability, to find the best possible price of any cryptocurrency, in that millisecond and transact with it. And so that's important. We give you anonymity. So large corporations don't want to be detected that they're in the marketplace, right? And even if you want to engage with block liquidity through my OTC desk, you can do that as well, but it remains anonymous, right? And that having gone in and bought a load of Bitcoin and not had that leak to the marketplace, and so no one knew that we were in the marketplace. So we have the ability to disguise large orders by chopping them up into really, really small pieces. And so you can, when you're buying in increments of 50, 100, 200 million, we might do actually millions of trades that are out there, and that's the way in which we disguise your presence in the marketplace. So I think that's definitely one of our differentiating features. Another one is just I said it once, but I'll say it again. It's our agency-only approach, and so we don't have a conflict of interest of trying to route to an in-house, market maker, for example, or give preference to one location over another. So our only goal is to get you the best possible price at all time. So no conflicts is really important. The fact that we operate at such large scale in custody, I think, is important. So I think corporations want to know that if they're going to buy a significant amount of cryptocurrency, digital assets, that they're keeping it in a safe place. And I think the 90 billion plus, I think, speaks to that. The other thing I think I'd like to draw out is, and this is part of the Coinbase institutional brand getting more recognition, is that we're a business-to-business crypto infrastructure provider, right? So we have introducing brokers in the platform. So think like challenger banks, think payments platforms. And so if you're a corporation that wants to activate maybe for different use cases other than treasury, for example, if you wanted to give your end clients the ability to buy, sell, store crypto, you can actually come to Coinbase. And so we offer that crypto infrastructure provider, and we're publicly disclosed that we act on behalf of firms like SoFi and Revolut, and there's a long list thereafter. And so two other things I'd call out is the white label service, is the white glove service. So you've got someone like myself to talk to 24/7. So our OTC desk runs around the clock, but having, particularly if you're unfamiliar with the space, I mean, I don't know how many hours we spoke when you were sort of ramping up between you, your team, your extended team, the legal team, the treasury team. There's quite a lot of dialogue in there. And then I think I'd end on two things, which is security and insurance. So security is literally, we would describe ourselves first as a security company, and then all other things next. And so we have arguably the largest full-time staff of cryptographic and security engineers, and then insurance. Again, I mentioned it once again, but Coinbase is your first line of Coinbase. Our security protocols is your first line of defense. But should that fail, you've got insurance, the largest insurance policy as a backup.
Well, that's a lot of differentiators, Brett. I can attest to, using Coinbase as our primary trading partner, that the white glove experience is really there. You made yourself available and your team available, and the onboarding experience, because of the white glove experience, was very good, and so that was great. We just have a few minutes left. So you made a big transition. You really went from call it sort of the banking world to the Bitcoin world or the crypto world. How's it been for you personally?
It's been I gave a presentation last night at Coinbase, and I opened up by saying that I've been here 10 months, and it's been the most exhilarating and fun and enjoyable 10 months of my professional career. It's so super cool and awesome. I really feel like we're changing the world, and I'm so glad to be here. So I think things operate at scale, at pace, which is fantastic. Another sort of unexpected benefit was I thought there might be a longer transition between sort of leaving my old world and all the institutional clients that I was, spent 25 years developing relationships with. But now in this world, it's really great to see that so many of them are present and are continuing to sort of activate in the space. And so that's been awesome.
Great. Well, Brett, thank you for your time. Thank you for Coinbase's partnership, and best of luck, especially with the upcoming IPO.
Thanks, Ron. It's amazing to be here. I think what you're doing with this event, what Michael's done, yesterday with his promotion of Bitcoin, I think it's awesome and unselfish and amazing of you to publish the corporate playbook. I think it's great for the industry, great for everyone involved, and really super excited to be part of this event.
Well, thank you. We're super excited too, and thank you for all the audience. And thanks, Brett. Take care.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Thanks for joining us. I'm here with Jesse Powell from Kraken, the CEO. Jesse, would you like to introduce yourself to the audience?
Sure. Thanks for having me. I'm Jesse Powell, co-founder and CEO of Kraken. Kraken is a digital asset exchange. We started in 2011, so the company is about 9.5 years old now. So one of the veterans of the crypto space. We're about 1,300 people now. We trade 50 plus different assets all over the world. Yeah, that's basically it.
Okay. So tell us about your Bitcoin related products and services that you offer to corporations.
So, I mean, it's pretty much, one of the great things about crypto is that it's a very kind of flat structure. Pretty much everyone has access to all the same stuff. There aren't like various layers of, there are only like 10 guys with a seat at the exchange, for example. All the retail consumers are trading directly on the exchange. So what's available to institutional that might be kind of like above and beyond what the normal client would get would be white glove service, someone to call 24/7, 365, potentially a credit line, potentially in advance of funds, or some kind of float, reduced confirmation times on crypto deposits. Basically the tier for the bar for getting verified at the institutional level is obviously much higher than a retail client. So generally, the more we feel like we can trust you, the more we're willing to extend credit or reduce confirmations and things like that.
Okay. Do you want to describe your customer base, like especially any corporate clients? Who would you say your reference customers? What kind of business do they do with you?
Sure. I definitely the largest group is retail, but institutional clients are a huge part of that. I would say earlier days, it was more hedge funds, prop shops, guys that are just trading crypto on maybe all the exchanges. Lately, it's been more, I would say, more traditional sort of institutions that are interested in taking a buy and hold position in Bitcoin. They may be publicly traded companies who see what's happening with the US dollar and want to hedge against that, or diversify their balance sheet. So I would say it's more of that lately, actually, like less speculative, less of the market makers, and more just kind of like the buy and hold who see Bitcoin as a piece of their portfolio long term.
Okay, so for those customers, can you tell us a little about where is Kraken licensed and what jurisdictions you do business in?
Yeah, all over the world. The United States, Canada, UK, Japan, UAE. I'm probably forgetting some, but those are just the places with licenses. We're doing business all over the world. I mean, in all but a few sanctioned countries, basically. So we take clients from everywhere. We've got bank accounts all over the world. You know, one of the great things about crypto is it trades 24/7, 365. And having bank accounts in different geographies actually is a great thing to have, because you obviously have clients in different parts of the world. You may not want to wait an extra day to settle or to fund your account. So that's been key to our success. You know, I think it's also potentially something that institutions may not be used to is not having these like market hours where things are closed after a certain time, where you can just go to sleep and forget about it. Crypto is trading around the clock, so I think you really, I think, to have conviction in your position or to set up automated trading in order to manage your position while you're sleeping, because the markets are just operating around the clock.
What's it like being CEO of a company that trades a product 24/7, 365? What are the working hours of the team or you? Do you have shifts or anything, or how do you
well,
manage
yeah, I
all
mean, some guys have shifts. So I'd say like the customer support team has shifts. Some of like the DevOps guys, they're running the infrastructure, have shifts where people are on call. You know, we have regularly scheduled maintenance every Saturday for about 5 minutes. We go down to do some upgrades. But that's about it. Yeah, I mean, it's from the beginning, you know, we had to build it this way. There's not like, you know, what's so nice about the for the centralized equities exchanges is that they basically have a monopoly on the asset that they're trading. If they go down, there aren't other markets around the world that are continuing to trade this asset.
They can take a breather.
Exactly. Right. If Kraken's down, people are saying, hey, there's 20 other exchanges where this is still trading. What's going on? You know, I need to trade to keep up with what's happening. So the 100% uptime thing was just something we had to do from the beginning. All the crypto exchanges do it. We don't get much sleep. Everyone's on call all the time. You know, it's definitely not a job to take if you're looking for a guaranteed 9 to 5. You know, I tell people, like, look, if you want that, go take a job at the DMV. This is, you know, bleeding edge technology. We're paving the way for the future here. So
Okay.
people love it.
Yeah, it's just really amazing. So let's talk about the typical customer journey. Okay. Yeah, I'm a corporation. I want to do business with your firm. What's it like to onboard? What requirements do you have for me? How long is it going to take? What kind of challenges do they face? You know, how do you coach them through that?
Yeah. So if you apply as a corporation, you'll be assigned basically someone to walk you through the process of getting onboarded. You'll get a document to fill out, which will ask for all the standard corporate documentation, like as if you were going to open a bank account, very similar, or a brokerage account for your corporation. So it'll be stuff like who's the ultimate beneficial owner, you know, name and birthday and corporate tax ID, and, you know, all the normal stuff. We'll ask for proof of residence, photo IDs, all that kind of stuff. Usually, you know, where it can get hairy is where someone has got a corporation in, you know, some exotic location where, you know, no one else is running a company. And, you know, as you can imagine, we're dealing with clients all over the world. Sometimes we see, you know, really strange situations. I mean, the availability of data varies all over the world, and the corporate documents vary all over the world. So sometimes we have to go and do a bit of research to find out, you know, like, is this corporation in Myanmar or whatever, like, even legit, you know, is this like how the documents actually look? So it's tough, but we've got a really great team of people all over the world. You know, our support team speaks 20 plus languages. So we feel really good about being able to try to get everyone into crypto, and ultimately being able to onboard, you know, any legit company.
Okay. So let's talk about Bitcoin. What's your outlook for the Bitcoin marketplace for the coming 1 to 3 years?
I'm like really bad at predicting the price. I probably, if I were better at this, I would not have sold any Bitcoin, 9
Don't
years ago.
sell your Bitcoin.
Don't sell. That's the first rule. Yeah, I probably should have sold my kidney and bought more Bitcoin back in the day. I think with all the growth that we're seeing, the exchange volumes are up across the board. The signups are up across the board. Just last week we had our all-time high day that beat our last all-time high day by like 5x. So
whoa, really?
Yeah. I mean, the growth has been insane lately. It seems like, and also just all the stuff happening with Wall Street bets and with the traditional brokerages. And I think people seeing that the existing system for equities just like isn't transparent. I mean, it's really advantageous to the little guy. I think people are suddenly seeing crypto, these guys who've been trading stocks as maybe a more fair asset to trade. It's also incredibly volatile, which traders seem to like. So I think we've seen a ton of people come in from that. I think we're also just seeing a flood of institutional investors come in. The halving, has just occurred. Historically, there's been a bit of a slump between the halvings, toward sort of the end. So I would say like 3 years out, we may continue up for a while and then we may come down a bit and then back up, I would say like following the next halving. But I think we're easily going to cross $100,000 in this next cycle.
Did you get a bunch of new accounts after this Wall Street bets like debacle, or do you think is it driving any additional retail accounts into the space?
Yeah,
What's
absolutely.
Your view of
Yeah,
that?
we saw a direct response to that. Yeah, massive spike in retail account openings following that, just like in the last week. Lots of people signing up to trade Dogecoin. So if you want to trade Dogecoin or Doge stocks, dog stocks, you can do it on Kraken.
So you have your finger on the pulse in a way, because you can see day by day as people are setting up accounts or they're acting, you can see their reaction to the macro economy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty interesting to watch, and not just to the macro economy, but in specific regions as well. Like several years ago, Cyprus gave every bank account holder a haircut on their accounts, and we saw like loads of people coming in from Cyprus to buy Bitcoin at that time, to escape that. So it kind of gives you, like, you see these little blips happen, and you'll look like, oh, like, why are we getting all these account signups from Myanmar, for example? Like, what's happening there? And then you look, and sure enough, there's like a coup or something going on.
So your signups are like a referendum on bank confidence or confidence in the existing status quo.
Yeah, I think so. You can certainly look at it that way.
Whoa. Okay, so we got a bunch of corporations here with us today. What advice would you give to a corporation that's looking to integrate Bitcoin either into its P&L or into its balance sheet?
I think depends on how you want to structure this. I think dollar cost averaging in is a great way to get in if you're not sure about kind of like when to time the market. But certainly doing it now, is better than forgetting about it, kind of getting stuck in a decision trap, where you're trying to make up your mind for 5 years. So, I think it's very hard to time the market, but if you're willing to hold for 5+ years, I think you're basically guaranteed to make money. So I think the main thing is just to get in, learn about the technology. Obviously, there are a lot of things, a lot of scary things that are being said about crypto on a daily basis. You hear FUD like the Bitcoin price is entirely driven by Tether, or there are double spends on the Bitcoin network, or if you just don't understand the fundamental technology or you don't have conviction, you may just sell based on some news. And let me tell you, like, the journalists that cover crypto largely just do not understand crypto, and some are just incredibly bearish on it. So I think if you're taking the position that this is something you want to hold, have some conviction in it, commit to holding it for at least 5 years. You can buy it on Kraken. You can set up an account yourself and do it that way. Kraken also has an OTC desk where, you can just get on the phone and talk to someone and send a wire transfer and, receive your Bitcoin in the same day, very easily. If you don't want to custody the Bitcoin yourself, Kraken's got a flawless track record with security. You can keep the Bitcoin on your Kraken account. We've got, a lot of advanced security that will protect your Bitcoin. We can also, our OTC guys and our account managers can help you even set up your own self-custody solution if you want to do that. So we've got a lot of resources for institutions or anyone looking to get into Bitcoin. Kraken's a great place to start. Reach out to me or our OTC desk, and we'll be happy to help.
Yeah. Yeah. So you don't want, we don't really want corporations to buy Bitcoin on a whim. You want to actually know why you're buying it, because otherwise you'll read some FUD and you'll sell it. It's like,
yeah.
I guess in the extreme, we've got the Dave Portnoy's who he buys a stock on a Wednesday morning. He gets panicked and he sells it on Thursday morning, and then he loudly tweets about it. We just saw one company that will remain nameless that bought Bitcoin and then dumped it because they thought there was a double spend. And then they put out a press release about how they did it. And it's, you just shake your head.
Unbelievable.
Don't do that. Do you see any companies pursuing strategies to differentiate their offerings with Bitcoin? Have you, or what's your view on that?
Do you mean like they're selling
like companies that are actually integrating Bitcoin into their product to try to grab market share from another company, like maybe a fund or insurance?
Yeah,
company?
well, I mean, we see PayPal doing that. PayPal I think they support 5 different cryptos. Those cryptos are coming to Venmo soon. Cash App supports Bitcoin. Robinhood
we'll see
supports
more of
a bunch of cryptos. Yeah, I do. I think it's going to become a necessity to remain competitive, and I think we're eventually going to see crypto start to appear in point of sale terminals as well. So I think in order to keep up, everyone's going to have to do it. Obviously, more, Bitcoin is the currency of the world. So it's just inevitable that's supported everywhere.
So there's 2 different models here. One model is I just buy $100 million worth of Bitcoin, put it in my treasury, and I drop it to cold storage and I forget about it. And that one probably requires like an OTC desk or something. Like I'm going to wire you 100 million and say, buy me at this price or somehow. And then the other is I need to synchronize 27 million accounts every day, buying and selling as they deposit or withdraw. And that requires some kind of gateway or API or something.
Right.
Does Kraken offer services for one or the other? Or what kind of capabilities do you really need to be able to do this stuff?
Yeah, well, if you were, say, a PayPal and you didn't want to actually create an order book, exchange for yourself, you just wanted to give people, you could either just give them price exposure to Bitcoin, and you could hold the Bitcoin on the back end, or you could give them real Bitcoin, allow them to buy it. And, in which case you have to source that Bitcoin from somewhere, probably from an exchange like Kraken, or from various OTC brokers. Some of these brokers, like Robinhood, for example, are probably sourcing coins from an OTC broker or a few, maybe a handful, they're getting quotes from. So you can do it either way. Kraken has an API. You can plug in directly to Kraken's API. You can trade, if you wanted to, you could manage through one account, trades that are sort of, as a proxy happening on all of your clients' individual accounts, and you manage that through your own service. Or you basically just buy Bitcoin in batches or something, once a day. You say like, how much do we think we're going to sell? Okay, buy 1,000 coins, and then you distribute it. You sell it throughout the day, sort of as if you were, like a grocery store or something. You go to the farmer in the morning, pick up your milk, and then you sell it throughout the day. There are a few different approaches to doing it. Obviously, being able to buy it on demand from the exchange directly as you're selling it, reduces your exposure. But a few ways to do it.
Okay. So how do you compare your firm to other vendors in the space? How should we think about Kraken? You have a specialty?
Yeah, well, I'd say security is the thing that we thought of first when we were building the exchange. Just because we were coming out of, back in June of 2011, the largest exchange at the time, Mt. Gox, got hacked. And we saw that there've been several other exchange hacks throughout time. So we just felt like when we started the exchange, this industry was going to be heavily targeted by hackers. That goes for all of our clients as well. We try to warn them, like, be extremely careful about your holdings, because, this is like the best thing you could steal. People are going to be coming after you from all angles.
What do you see as the key elements of security or things that either customers need to do or you encourage them to do or you do on their behalf to make them more secure?
Cold storage setups are high up there on the list. We pride ourselves in our security, but we're a centralized custodian. Ultimately, we could be hacked just like any bank could be robbed. We can also receive government orders, and it happens all the time, where government says, hey, freeze that guy's account. We're interested in this guy. So depending on how much you trust your government, there are a lot of untrustworthy governments in the world. You may not want to leave your coins somewhere where they're kind of subject to government control. If you withdraw them and you put them in your own cold storage, then it's just on you. You control your keys. So other than that, being extremely careful about just who you tell about your Bitcoin holdings. And obviously, if you're a publicly traded company, if it's material, you probably need to disclose that. But if you're an individual or you're a small fund, you may not want to disclose that. You may not want to publicly talk about how you're holding all this Bitcoin unless you feel extremely confident in your own security. And the kinds of attacks we see are like spear phishing attacks. People may not even attack you directly. They might hack your grandma's email account, send you an email from your grandma's email account saying, hey, like, would you open this file? And then, your computer's taken over and your coins are gone. So the segregation piece is really important. Like, don't keep all your coins on the same computer that you're browsing the web with on a daily basis. It's one of the great things about Bitcoin is you just don't have to trust someone else with the custody. But like I said, if you don't trust yourself, and a lot of people don't, I think Kraken's a pretty good place to keep it. And there are other crypto custodians out there as well.
Okay. So tell us about your product plans for the future. What's your vision for the firm?
So a lot of stuff we want to do. We've just rolled out a retail app. It's coming to the United States very soon, but it's available in the rest of the world. We have a pro trading app that's available everywhere. Some of the things we plan to support eventually in the retail app are peer-to-peer payments, basic, kind of merchant services, sort of the full suite of like retail financial products. Staking is coming to the mobile app. One of the cool things about crypto is just there are all these yield opportunities, and if you're doing it yourself, like, you should be careful because there are a lot of dangerous yield opportunities in DeFi. But with the exchange, we offer a staking service. We can stake funds for clients. Some coins are yielding 12% returns a year. So I think we're going to go deeper into DeFi. We're going to engage more in some of these smart contracts, lending contracts. There are all sorts of great things coming out of DeFi. So we're going to go deeper into DeFi and try to expose DeFi for our clients and give them access to it, in kind of a non-technical, less complicated way. We're expanding even further internationally with our banking coverage, localization. We may eventually get into other asset classes. We're doing FX markets already for several currencies. So, I think what we've seen in the traditional markets lately, I think has shown that there's obviously some demand for a better way to trade securities. And I think the existing system is broken in a lot of ways. And I don't think it's because of technical challenges. I think it's mostly regulatory challenges or regulatory capture by the people who control the technology right now. So whether that is changeable in the United States, I don't know. But, maybe we ought to look at building an alternative system for an international exchange that is based on crypto, based on full bearer assets and tokenization, and the retail customer having a direct seat like at the exchange. So that's the kind of stuff we've been thinking about lately. But the world of financial services is big, and the world of crypto is so deep and growing so fast. We're just having trouble figuring out what do we want to do, because there's just so much to do. So by the way, if anyone's looking for a job, we're hiring for about 100 different roles. So we'd love to have some help.
Okay. So we're almost out of time now. So I guess My last question would be, do you have any general advice or final thoughts for corporations that are thinking about Bitcoin in the year 2021?
Make sure you've got some Bitcoin sooner than later. Don't wait for the price to get to $1 million a coin. There's some guys we've talked to who, at $5, they were saying, oh, Bitcoin's too expensive. I missed the boat. I should have bought it 50 cents. And then they said it again at 500 and they said it again at 5,000, and it's just like, Bitcoin is not like a stock. It conceivably could replace all of the world's money, which would give it a market cap, in the trillions and trillions. And at some point you start looking at the dollar and you're like, okay, is Bitcoin going up or is the dollar going down? And at some point, if you're measuring it against the dollar could go to zero at some point, right? And then Bitcoin's at infinity. So I would just say, like, get in, don't wait on the sidelines, find a way to get in, hold it for the long term. Don't think about selling it, get it into cold storage. Stop waiting around.
Okay, good words of wisdom. Thanks for joining me today, Jesse. It's been
absolutely. Thanks for having me. Great boat.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Hello, everyone. I am excited to have Robbie Gutman here today. He's CEO and co-founder of NYDIG. And for those who didn't have a chance to listen to the enthralling discussion between Ross and Mike yesterday, maybe you could just start, Robbie, and just give us some background on NYDIG and Stone Ridge and the company overall.
Sure, absolutely. And thanks very much for having me today and having both Ross and I at this event. And thanks for putting this on. It's a great thing you guys are doing and great event. I thought I would start by telling you a little bit of a funny story about the founding of Stone Ridge, which is NYDIG's parent company. And so for me, that story starts in 2011, when my career on the sell side of Wall Street was really flaming out. And so I've known Ross a long time, and I reached out to him seeing if there was an opportunity for us to work together. And he said, this call is really timely because I am actually thinking about starting a business. It's like, oh, I got this tingly feeling in my stomach. It's like, this is how it starts. And he said, yeah, it's a stand-up paddleboarding race registration company. It's like, okay, well, good luck with that, dude. I'm not so interested. He's like, all right, okay, that's good feedback. Let's talk again in a week. And he came back to me in about a week and he said, all right, let me try this one. It's a mission-driven, principles-based financial services company where we pursue the mission of financial security for all, operating under the principles of kindness, humility, and focus. It's like, yes, that idea, that grabbed a hold of me and it wouldn't let go. And I basically quit my job the next day. And the next thing I did was call my now co-founder, Yen Zhao, who essentially quit her job the next day to come join us. And what we found over the last almost 10 years that we've been doing this together is those three principles are our secret weapon. Because what happens is when you create a business based on the principle of kindness, you create an environment of safety and trust. People feel comfortable and they can really do their best, most productive, most creative work. The second thing is when you create an environment based on humility, that's how you stay curious. And that leaves people safe to admit they don't know. And that's how we stay at the forefront of innovation. And finally, the environment based on focus, it's got a bunch of different meanings, a little bit overloaded, but it means at least two things to us. So first is an acknowledgement that domain mastery is not born. It doesn't happen by accident. It's only the result of long periods of focused effort. And the other thing it means to us is there have been inflection points along the way, like NYDIG, where we've made bold, abrupt decisions about how to focus the business. For example, focusing NYDIG on Bitcoin. And so when you recruit under these principles, you recruit the best people in the world, and you create an environment where they feel safe to do their best work, and you get a kind of crackling creative energy. And it was in that field of crackling creative energy, like you can feel it in our office when you come in, that this idea of money as an open source protocol, that idea grabbed us and wouldn't let go. And so NYDIG was really born because we had the same problem that you did. We just had it a little bit earlier. And that problem is if Fong, the individual, wants to buy $1,000 worth of Bitcoin on his cell phone That's actually pretty easy. If MicroStrategy, the corporation, wants to buy $1 billion worth of Bitcoin, that's actually pretty hard. And for us, we broke the challenge down into 3 parts. So first, how do you accumulate the Bitcoin in a compliant and auditable fashion? How do you store the Bitcoin securely and in an auditable fashion? And finally, how do you account for the Bitcoin on your balance sheet, again, in an auditable fashion? And I think for us, as I think you found as well, we not only did we have trouble with each individual piece of that, but the idea of stitching different things together to solve that problem, that was an untenable challenge. And so we solved that problem ourselves internally. And as a result, we have something that we think is unique in the market, which is a completely proprietary, integrated, full stack solution that incorporates asset management, custody, execution. Those were the first 3 things, as well as the accounting expertise. And since that time, we've added derivatives, financing, a research function, and most recently, a data platform that we're making available to our clients shortly. We operate the business out of 2 regulated subsidiaries. We have both a BitLicense from the state of New York, as well as a limited purpose trust charter. We're one of only 2 companies in the world that have both of those licenses. We have a SOC 1 Type 1, a SOC 1 Type 2, a SOC 2 Type 1, a SOC 2 Type 2, collect all the acronyms. And somewhat uniquely in this space, we don't operate a retail business. We don't operate an exchange. We don't deal with end investors or two-legged individuals, which really allows us to focus on our core audience of corporations, institutional and high net worth investors, and more recently, banks, making our full stack integrated platform available to them by API.
Awesome. So the SUP business, did it happen? As a side?
I am not a partner in the SUP business.
All right. So you missed out.
I missed out. He was right, as always.
All right. So we'll get back to the buy, store, and account for some of those offerings that you have and your differentiators. Tell me a little bit about the size of NYDIG, how many employees you have. We heard Ross say yesterday that you were $1 billion, then $2 billion, looking at $6 billion now in assets, and they get to. Did you know that he was going to give you a target at $25 billion already this year?
To be honest, that target is a little low. I think if I only hit 25 billion, you're probably talking to a different guy next year. He's pretty demanding, but I'm confident we'll get there based on the pipeline.
Okay, awesome. So how many employees do you have? How many folks do you have?
We're about 80 as of Monday, and going strong. And we are recruiting. So if there are people out there that want to be part of that crackling creative energy field, look us up. We'd love to talk.
Great. And so you serve, this is Bitcoin for corporations, right? So you serve institutions only, some high net worth individuals. Give us an example of some of those, right? I know, some are very high profile. You've done work in insurance. Give me some examples of your customers.
Yeah, absolutely. And so one caveat I would give is one thing that NYDIG clients expect and receive is complete discretion about their activity. So ordinarily, I would never speak about a client's dealings. I do have 2 clients that have given explicit permission to talk about what we do with them. And so the first one, you're absolutely right, is MassMutual, 150-year-old mutual institution that late last year we helped allocate $100 million of their general account to Bitcoin. And I think the MassMutual experience is really instructive of 3 dynamics that we're seeing in the market today. So the first dynamic is there is a rarefied air of institutional investor that just has the highest fiduciary standards in the world. So MassMutual has been around for 160 years. They're AA+ rated. They have not been around and maintained that rating by being careless. They are extremely thorough. extremely diligent in their diligence. And so an advantage that we've discovered is both the fact that the platform was designed by institutional investors with serious skin in the game for institutional investors and hasn't really had to solve other problems. That's a big advantage. And the fact that it's fully integrated across the asset management, the custody, and the execution, as well as the financing and the derivatives. That's a big advantage for us in terms of the diligence. I'll give you one funny anecdote. So we actually know the diligence team at MassMutual pretty well. We manage assets for them in other contexts as well, and it's a large, serious team. And in the process of the diligence around the Bitcoin allocation, we scheduled a 2-hour session, and there were something like 8 of us on the call, and we log into the Zoom. And it's one gentleman, and it's someone we've known before, but it's kind of like, where are the other 19 people? And he says, oh, no. This is just my 2-hour session. And he wasn't kidding. He had 2 hours of questions lined up, and we had to go person by person. And so I think that just gives you a sense of the kind of investor and the kind of diligence that we're going through. You know, I have a little boy in kindergarten. We're starting to do like, what do mommy and daddy do for a living? And it's like, well, son, Daddy responds to diligence requests for a living. He doesn't get it, but I think it's funny. And you know, so the second dynamic that I think the MassMutual experience is really telling of is really about the macro backdrop and the allocations. You know, Ross gave you the bamboo analogy yesterday. You know, first 10 quarters at least of NYDIG's existence, we were proactively out in the market selling the idea of an allocation to Bitcoin in the portfolio with, you know, rounds to zero success. Like, I'm not afraid to say it. At this point in the market, including, you know, we've been talking to MassMutual about Bitcoin for at least 3 years, from Ross to the CEO. At this point in the market, we are no longer selling the idea of an allocation to Bitcoin. The macro backdrop, the great work that you and Michael and the rest of the team are doing, that's selling it for us. At this point, what we're doing is helping people who have decided to allocate to Bitcoin with what is the right way for them to do it. And you know, if you think about that 160-year history of MassMutual, this is really the first time, based on the rate environment, where if they look forward from where they are today, they see for the first time the merest hint of a possibility that they might not be able to make good on obligations to their policyholders. And you know, this is an incredible team that takes that responsibility incredibly seriously. They just can't not do anything about it. And the dynamics of a life and annuity company are they have to price their products with the forward yield that they see in the market today. Like, they can't not do that. Other investors, they have a little bit more latitude of how backward looking they can be. But from our perspective, given the rate environment, low, no, negative yields, it's a when, not an if, that every long-term allocator is going to have to be looking at this. And the final dynamic, as you and I have spent a lot of time talking about, is simply buying and storing Bitcoin in custody may not achieve the accounting outcome that certain kinds of investors are looking for. So you guys have opted to take the general intangible treatment on your balance sheet. That doesn't always work for the investors that we work with. So a big part of our practice is actually structuring bespoke solutions for each investor. We spend time understanding what their needs are. We listen, and we create a solution. And that's what we did for MassMutual, and that's what we do for more and more of our investors as they come into the space. And I think it's really those 3 dynamics that are what we're seeing in the market today: the necessity of an allocation, the intensity of the diligence by this kind of investor, and the opportunity to structure solutions around the investment to achieve the accounting or other goals that an investor might have.
So we'll get to that. It's called bespoke solution in a little bit. I want to go back to the MassMutual point. You know, there were probably 3 major sort of public company Bitcoin investment announcements last year. There was MicroStrategy, and then there was Square.
Who?
MicroStrategy and Square. Now those, you know, we're tech companies, so people sort of get it, right? And they say, you know, they're going out trying to do something different. Square had it as part of their product strategy, but MassMutual, that to me is a huge, you know, momentum shift. And for anyone here who's listening and saying, well, you know, and we have all different industries covered in the audience here. Go a step deeper there. You're talking about their general account. It's 100 million. Now they have a huge portfolio in their general account, 350 billion or something in that range, right? Like,
Right.
How do you think that decision should make other companies feel more comfortable investing a part of their balance sheet in Bitcoin?
Yeah, I mean, for us, we tend to see investors going through a four-part journey. So the first part is the investment decision and the investment process. And again, we've been talking to MassMutual about Bitcoin, mostly to no success for over 3 years. And it was really the collapsing of rates that changed what they're looking at. This is a team and an institution that has made good on obligations to policyholders for well over 100 years. And, be damned if this team is the ones that aren't going to do that. And so I have to give them an immense amount of credit for the forward thinkingness and the thoughtfulness with which they're approaching how to create their general account so that they continue to make good. I mean, I don't want to claim that Bitcoin is some magic bullet. You just put the whole thing in Bitcoin and your problem is solved, but it's clearly a part of the solution, and they've understood and acknowledged that. And I would expect to see rounds to every investor that has the same kind of horizon and liability challenge that MassMutual does, making an allocation, in the coming years.
Okay, great. So now let's get into this accounting piece, right? So you offer different solutions for different customers. Bitcoin as a fund versus sort of just buying an exchange and holding custody. What are the pros and cons of one versus the other from your point of view as you talk to institutions who are trying to make that type of a decision?
Yeah, I mean, I would say we're the best thing about our business is we're wrapper agnostic. That's the beauty of the fully integrated full stack solution. If the right answer for our client is an asset management product, whether that's a commingled fund, whether that's a separately managed account, whether that's a bespoke structured investment vehicle, or whether the right answer for them is direct ownership of the Bitcoin on the blockchain because they want to trade the position actively, or because that's the right accounting answer for them, or they want to use financing, whether the right answer is for the Bitcoin to be collateral in a repurchase agreement, whether the right answer is for the Bitcoin to be collateral in a bilateral derivatives arrangement. All of that is on the table for what we do. And, I'd say our approach is there is no one size fits all. And different organizations have different goals. For some organizations, the general intangible treatment may actually be what they want, that the in some ways lack of volatility of the position on the balance sheet. For other organizations, they really do want the mark-to-market treatment. And depending on the industry they're in, the standards they set, sort of all of the different facts and circumstances, we're able to listen to that and structure a solution accordingly.
Great. So sometimes it takes years to make a decision that you want to invest in Bitcoin. Sometimes it might take months, like it did for MicroStrategy. Let's say somebody comes away from this conference and says tomorrow, hey, Robbie, I got $50 million I want to put in Bitcoin. Give me a sense of the customer journey and whether that's something that you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. So I told you I have permission from 2 clients to talk about their experiences. So I think the other client that I would talk about is instructive for this. So I want to tell you the story of Marathon Patent Group. And this story starts with a phone call from Michael Saylor to Ross Stevens. And I think I would be doing a disservice to Bitcoin Twitter if we didn't spend a minute imagining what that call is like. I'm imagining the soft moonlight shining on the Times headline that's encoded in the Genesis block, Ross at his desk wearing the number go up t-shirt, orange Bitcoin bat phone on his desk, rings, picks it up like, Bitcoin Ranger 1, talk to me. Saylor on the other end of the phone, Ranger 1, this is Ranger 2. I got a code orange. Merrick at Marathon, he's ready. You know what to do. Ross, like looking out over the Manhattan skyline, his broad shoulders ready to bear the weight of the responsibility. He says, I know what to do. I won't let Bitcoin down. And so that phone call happens, at least that's how I imagine it happened, around, call it 9 p.m. on a Wednesday night. Ross speaks to Merrick. By 11 a.m. the next morning, our whole team is on a call with their whole team. We're doing that process I described to you. We're understanding what their needs are. We're understanding what they're trying to achieve. We're understanding how they think about the accounting and the audit. We take all of that in. We're able to propose and structure a solution for them, complete AML KYC, and be in the market for them by 2:41 p.m., little less than 4 hours after that call. We actually facilitated that first execution with $50 million off our own balance sheet. That's a capability we often bring to bear for our clients, depending on their time and price objectives. That's something that's big in our Wall Street background. And we had actually completed their execution entirely by 9 p.m. that evening. The price had gone down 10% from when we started to when we finished. So we completed their 150 million, no impact, no footprint in the market, in and out, got what they wanted done, just like that. So I would say if there's someone out there with 50 million that they want to deploy, if they're motivated, if they're ready, we can do it very, very fast.
Well, that's great. As interesting as your imagination of the story, I'd like to know how Mike actually gave Ross Ranger 1 and he got Ranger 2. I'd be a little surprised if it really went down that way.
There's a version I cut where Michael says, dude, we've talked about this. I'm Ranger 1 and you're Ranger 2.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so that's cool. Thanks for that story. Tell us about the future. What's next for you guys? What additional products are you looking at putting out there? 25 billion, call it 30 billion this year. What does next year look like?
Yeah. I think for us, what I would describe is a couple of dynamics we see in the market. So first of all, this idea of corporations, institutional investors allocating to their portfolio to Bitcoin, the asset, that's happening. Like we see the pipeline, like we're onboarding 75 institutions a month, adding capacity as fast as we can. I would be surprised again if 30 billion is where we come in. I think we'll be well north of that. I really see two dynamics that I think are going to shake up the market in a good way. And so we're thinking about our products in terms of that. So first is we see incumbent financial brands coming into this space in a big way. So if you think about it today, whether you're a retail end user or whether you're a corporation like MicroStrategy, to do this, to allocate to Bitcoin, you have to choose a brand that for all intents and purposes didn't exist 10 years ago. And so that's kind of a fundamental challenge. Within a year, I expect that not to be the case. I think you'll have the opportunity to choose to do this kind of activity with a brand that you work with for other financial services. And so we're spending a lot of time in our product segment. We have it deployed today and we're constantly adding to it a set of APIs and an integrations team to help financial services incumbents integrate with our infrastructure, whether you're a bank or a brokerage or a wealth management platform that's trying to appeal to a younger generation. We're helping people with that. Whether you're a prime brokerage or an asset servicer that's trying to be responsive to your institutional clients, to help them execute, custody, finance the inventory, we're doing integrations of that sort. So I think that's a very exciting development for the market and for us. The other development I see in the market is, as Ross mentioned yesterday, the shifting of the conversation from being about Bitcoin the asset to Bitcoin the network. And if you think about it, those two things are linked naturally. Bitcoin the asset only has value roughly in proportion to your expectation about participation and velocity on the network. And so now that this idea of Bitcoin the asset has gone from fringe to effectively mainstream just doesn't know it yet, we're shifting our attention pretty dramatically to this idea of Bitcoin the network and bringing out products that, for example, can help corporations move money around the world transparently, cheaply, and instantaneously by leveraging this open source monetary system. And that's very exciting to us and coming down the pipe.
That's great. So you're getting into the network side, the technology side. Sounds like you're going to open up your APIs, potentially be an OEM to financial services institutions.
That's exactly right.
obviously you believe in the future of Bitcoin. And so tell us, what do you think Bitcoin's price is going to be at the end of this year?
I don't have a crystal ball. We'll just have to see. I think it's going to be higher than it is today by a lot.
Okay, awesome. Any final words of advice? Anything that you want to close with, Robbie?
Yeah, I mean, again, I would just highlight these dynamics that we're seeing in the market. Investors of various stripes are understanding that an allocation to Bitcoin in their portfolio that's gone from a fringe idea to a mainstream idea. We can help educate people. If there's a champion internally, look us up. We'll provide you materials. And then in terms of the diligence that is required, again, we do ODD for a living. Look us up. We can help you with that. And finally, let us help you structure the right solution to get the treatment that you're looking for. We do it all day, every day. Last thing I would highlight is we're actually helping corporations within the treasury function get yield on their assets as well, both fiat and Bitcoin. We've actually financed over $1 billion for clients by bringing cash in, get over collateralized by Bitcoin. We're often paying 10 times or more what you're getting in the commercial paper market. And we're seeing a lot of traction with that, as well as corporations that have made the allocation to Bitcoin. We're helping them get yield on that position as well. So would love to talk to people in the space to help them make the transition.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your time, and thanks for the partnership throughout the conference. And I'm sure people will love to hear what you've had to say and Ross had to say, and hopefully you'll get that order book up. Started at 25 billion yesterday. I got to 30 billion today. You said that's a layup, so maybe it's 35, 40. We'll see where you end.
We'll see. If I don't get there, somebody else talking to you next year.
All right.
Thanks a lot, Fong. It was great to chat.
All right, take care. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, I'm here with Tom Jessup from Fidelity Digital Assets. Tom, thanks for joining us today. Do you want to tell us a bit about yourself? And then I know people know Fidelity, but I'm sure they all want to hear about why Fidelity got into the Bitcoin industry and what's important to the firm.
Sure. Well, Michael, thank you so much for having us. It's an incredible event, and very happy to share our story and what we're doing in the space. Just quickly, myself, I've been with Fidelity since the start of 2018. Prior to Fidelity, I spent a brief stint at a crypto startup. And then prior to that, 17 years at Goldman Sachs, where I was doing principal investing in fintech. And we were focused on a lot of market infrastructure. We helped stand up exchanges, market data companies like IHS Markit. And we always had this appreciation or understanding for how market infrastructure evolves and reduces friction in markets. And so when I personally learned about this space in 2014, in addition to being really attracted to this concept of with Bitcoin a scarce native digital asset, I was also taken by blockchain technology and the potential implications for finance writ large. And about the time I was getting into this personally, what I later found out when I got to Fidelity is that Abby Johnson, through an organization called the Fidelity Center for Applied Technology, was devoting R&D resources to basic research in the blockchain space. And so just to give you an example, now a big focus of that group is quantum computing and the impact on finance and let's say financial analysis. But in 2014, it was, what is this blockchain thing? What can it do for finance? Is it a new operating system for value? And I think that through certain experiments, for example, we've been mining Bitcoin pretty much continuously since then, running nodes of various networks, continuing to do basic research in the space, we came to the conclusion that this was a transformational technology that would have significant implications for financial services. And I think, frequently people have used the analogy of, the blockchain or blockchains being the internet of value or money. And I think, it depends how you parse that. I think it's generally true, but I think at this point we're willing to say that the same way that the internet created businesses we could never conceive of pre-internet, like the ability to buy something on Amazon and have it show up at your door a day later, at the same time it had impact on media and music. I think with blockchain, what we'll see in hindsight is that there have been these new types of value created and that the technology has transformed value exchange more broadly. And, so why is it important to Fidelity? As a company that's entrusted with roughly $10 trillion of client assets, who does business with 1 in 3 U.S. households through our personal investing business or our employee benefits business, who works with tens of thousands of corporations and financial institutions. It's kind of important that we are ahead of this and get it right. And that is really the genesis of why, back in 2014, we thought it was interesting to research. And then in 2018, when we announced that we were assembling a lot of these capabilities we built and driving them towards a commercial business focused exclusively on institutions.
So, I think you guys are very early to the party, and Fidelity entering the marketplace was actually instrumental in me deciding to invest in Bitcoin. When I first started looking at Bitcoin seriously, seeing Fidelity in the space was like a big green check mark for me, I think. And so you got that going for you.
Yeah.
What kinds of Bitcoin related products and services do you offer to corporations?
Right. So right now we have 2 primary business lines. We have what we call Fidelity Digital Assets, which the best way that your viewers can think about that business is that we are a broker, a prime broker for digital assets. So at the base of that pyramid is our secure custody solution. On top of that, we have what we call our trade execution facility. And why that's important to clients is that it allows us to aggregate liquidity so they can execute at something approximating a best price without having to deal with pre-funding on exchanges and dealing with what can be a fairly complicated settlement system. So we bring liquidity to the client in a form factor that most corporations and institutions are familiar with if they trade FX or equities. We've just launched a collateral agency solution where we can, for lending transactions and OTC derivative transactions, we can be a trusted third party to help manage collateral between a lender and a borrower. So again, something that is fairly well established in traditional finance, but is relatively nascent in digital assets. And we expect to evolve those brokerage capabilities in a number of ways. One is by increasing the types of assets that we service, building vertical capabilities on top of that, giving clients better utility around the assets they hold with us, whether it's the mundane around controls or record keeping to things more advanced around financing. And that is a direction that we are moving in, and a direction that for many types of investors is a suitable solution. We also, back in September, filed for a private fund and are developing an asset management capability because, as you know, and many of your viewers know, for certain types of clients, it's probably easier for them to get access to the asset class through some sort of familiar fund structure than it is to open up a direct custodial account. And so our vision, just given the clients that we serve, is to be able to offer any type of market access vehicle, whether it's direct ownership or some sort of fund product, to really meet their needs and their unique circumstances, given basically who they are and how they operate.
So can you describe your customer base, especially the corporate clients, and who would you say your reference customers?
Yeah, so we don't, most of our client relationships are not disclosed, but a couple of names that are. So Skybridge, we're a custodian for their Bitcoin fund. We're a custodian for Galaxy. We are a custodian for Kingdom Trust, which offers self-directed IRAs, as well as BlockFi, which is our launch partner for our collateral agency service. I will say that as far as the entirety of our client base, it would be your typical, RIAs, family offices, hedge funds. We are seeing increasing amounts of corporate interest. We do have a few corporates on the platform. We actually even have a utility that is interested in using their electricity producing capacity during periods of slack demand to mine Bitcoin. So that, I think, if you asked me a year or two ago, would we see that from an established player in that space, I would have said no. But we're generally seeing a much faster evolution of interest across all client segments, and the diversity of our client base is increasing with a lean towards corporates and other, what I would say, non-traditional early adopter types would be in the digital asset space, which again have historically been family offices and hedge funds.
Okay. What kinds of licensing and regulatory framework does Fidelity Digital Assets operate in, and what jurisdictions?
Yeah, so we are a non-depository trust bank licensed by the New York State Department of Financial Services. It is perhaps the most stringent regulatory regime in the US to do this business. We are also licensed in numerous states as a money transmitter per state regulation. We also have operations based in London, which can serve clients in certain overseas jurisdictions. And obviously, as part of our global remit, we expect to expand our regulatory coverage outside the US fairly aggressively. As a regulated trust bank in the state of New York, we're subject to stringent capital requirements, operational audits on a periodic basis, and other requirements, as well as the things we do separate and apart from that to validate, called the efficacy or security of our systems, which include, for example, things like process audits every 6 months from a Big Four accountancy firm, which are made available to clients, so clients can have visibility and transparency into how we run our business.
So in your opinion, what's the playbook or the process for corporations to go through to purchase Bitcoin as a treasury asset for their business? You have any key considerations?
Yeah, I think so. So the obvious ones are, education, and we've seen a general acceleration of movement through what I would call the 3 phases of digital asset adoption. One is the what is it question. The second is the, okay, what does it mean for me in terms of the context of my specific business? And the third question is, how do I operationalize this? And the good news is we're seeing more clients of every type move through that pipeline in a much faster way. So the obvious question to any corporate would be, what role does this asset have in your treasury management strategy or as a balance sheet investment? And as you've noted and others have, the dominant theme right now is around digital gold, a scarce digital asset, something which is a little bit of a hedge against some of the fiscal and monetary stimulus we've seen in record-setting amounts since the start of the pandemic. So there's obviously that end of it. I think unique to corporations, it's a few things. I mean, something as mundane as thinking about your treasury policy and what permitted investments look like. It's also the case that under GAAP, digital assets, I believe, are viewed as intangible assets and therefore have some specific challenges in terms of impairment testing and how those things can be valued on the balance sheet. But again, one way to get access to these assets and avoiding that problem is potentially through a fund structure of the type that we offer. I would say those are probably the 2 major ones. And then I think maybe to talk a little bit about the operational side, we obviously have very strong controls around how we manage assets on behalf of our clients. Corporate clients and other institutions also want to have the same set of controls in terms of how they manage access to these assets. So for example, we do not allow any single user and a client to have full control over the transaction process involving digital assets. We have concepts like maker checker. We have highly configurable tools that would allow a corporation to determine who can initiate a transaction and then how many people need to approve the transaction, with all of the appropriate time gates and other things that give clients some assurance that nothing bad will happen on their side in terms of how they manage these digital bearer instruments. And then, behind the scenes, a lot of work we've done around, account structures and other things so that the records of these assets can be quite easily incorporated into reporting and other things on the client side. So those are probably the different things as a corporation coming into the space I would think about: getting smart on what it is and why it's important to your business, having a thesis, understanding some of the practical concerns as a corporate about putting these on the balance sheet, and then finally, selecting a service provider that gives you the sort of the controls and the sense of security that you need on your side as you manage your day-to-day interactions with this asset class.
Okay, so once a corporation forms their investment decision, what's the process for them to onboard with Fidelity digital assets? What are the requirements? What are the challenges? And how do you help them overcome those?
Yeah, so I would say is I'm sure there are a number of corporates on the video here that are already Fidelity clients. We probably manage your employee benefits program, or you're invested in one of our money market funds, et cetera. I would say that the process generally looks like the onboarding process that exists in other parts of Fidelity. So there's obviously 2-way due diligence. You will diligence us. We will prove our worth to you. We will need to do the same in terms of understanding your corporate structure. Importantly, who the authorized users are on your side, how they work together, KYC, AML. And then we go to something called a business acceptance committee, which is a cross-section of risk, legal, and compliance folks who will vet effectively the corporate application, and then we would approve it and move to onboarding. And our experience is that putting the demand function aside in terms of just how busy we are with the backlog, a lot of the dependencies around timing really sit with the client in terms of having the information at hand and ready. And again, because corporates are used to doing this, our experience is that it actually happens quite quickly. So fairly straightforward. It's just like any other onboarding process with any other part of Fidelity.
Okay. What's your outlook for Bitcoin, and what do you think about the participation of corporations and institutions in the coming 1 to 3 years?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we've been fortunate that we're entering our 3rd year of an annual survey of institutional attitudes towards digital assets. We did the first one in 19. We did the second survey, which was announced in 20. And the headline year on year is that there is increasing interest in digital assets and reduced concerns about digital assets. Let me talk a little bit about what that means. So in terms of increased interest, one question, and we did a cross section of institutional clients. One question we asked was around current allocation and future allocation. And the headline is that in about 5 years, 95% of respondents said they would have some allocation to digital assets, which we think is obviously very positive. Obviously, this educational process and the work that we're doing, you're doing, and others to educate corporate America is taking hold, and we're seeing that in terms of engagement. I think as important, this idea of concerns around the space, whether it's concerns around fraud, around market manipulation, around things that have potentially been associated with the space in the past, concerns about those things have declined year on year. And we're actually in the process of completing our survey for this year, and those results will be made public in a couple of months. So in terms of the empirical data and a big enough sample size, it's definitely up and to the right in terms of interest. And we're seeing this borne out as well in terms of the types of clients we're now speaking to. Having said that, the macro environment has been a real catalyst. I think that we saw a fairly significant uptick in activity shortly after the pandemic and the shutdown in mid-March, and then a successive ramping of interest on the back of things like the Tudor Jones newsletter, news about PayPal. And that has really been the thing that's really forced attention on this space. So our outlook is actually quite positive over the next couple of years. And I think that the more we see the market develop with service providers like Fidelity and some of the other companies that you've had on this at this conference, we will collectively create this sense of safety and soundness and trust that will bring more institutions into the space. I would also add that some of the more implementation related questions that clients had historically, for example, I'm a big fund or I'm a big corporate, like how easy is it for me to get 100 million, 200 million, $300 million of risk on? I think we've seen a tremendous uptick in the amount of liquidity in the market, the sophistication of tools available to clients to trade. And so some of those implementation questions or capacity questions, the market is addressing, not only in terms of the infrastructure, but just the uptick in value or volume. And again, these are the indicia of development or maturity that are important for corporates and others to see before they're going to step in. So we're actually quite positive.
95% in 5 years. Did I hear you right?
Yes. 95% of respondents expect to have an allocation to digital assets in 5 years. And yeah, and the summary survey results are available on our website, and I think have been reported on in the press.
Okay. How is Fidelity Digital Assets different and perhaps a better offering for corporations or financial institutions?
Yeah, what I would say is, rather than go point by point in terms of, things that we think we do better differently than others, I might approach this from more of a top-down standpoint. We are an institution serving other institutions, right? Fidelity, we manage or administer $10 trillion in assets. We settle millions of trades per day. We move lots of money. We have tens of thousands of institutions as clients. In building this business, we've taken that learning from the early R&D days of this FCAT group within Fidelity and married that with all of the operational capabilities and horsepower reflected in the rest of the Fidelity business. So this is not really our first trip to the rodeo. We view digital assets as being an important service offering for our clients, one that despite having very unique differences from an operational security standpoint, look fairly similar in terms of the means of engagement with the market or with institutions. And so we've taken a page out of decades of experience as Fidelity, and we've brought that in terms of how we think about operational safety and soundness, how we think about architecting our cold storage infrastructure and the security around that. And then I think, we also know what it means to serve a large corporation or institution. We are fairly white glove in terms of our approach to service. Every client has a dedicated relationship manager. We provide research. So we've done a great job educating and helping clients along this path of discovery in terms of moving into the industry. And so we're just taking this, for us, it's like, okay, we already serve these clients. How do we bring this capability to them in a form factor that they understand with the level of service and all of that Fidelity brings in every other aspect of our business.
So what's your product plan for the future? And what's your vision for your firm?
Yeah, so I think, it's kind of interesting. If I were to look way out on the horizon, Michael, what I would say is at some point of maturity of this technology in this space, we won't be thinking about blockchain per se. The same way that if you settle or clear a equities trade, you're not automatically thinking as a consumer, hey, is this going DTCC? So I think ultimately we think these assets go mainstream. We think that all of our clients, whether they're corporate or individual clients, will want a unified experience for these assets. They're going to want to see a holistic portfolio view. They're going to want to be able to risk manage across those assets. They're not going to think so much about the back end and the blockchain. And so I think that's the end state for us. Now, working back to the present, what does it mean? Well, it means that we increase the asset coverage we have on platform. We increase the capabilities we have. We increasingly look to integrate the work that we're doing with other parts of Fidelity for client segments that are important to us. We both develop this brokerage capability and this asset management capability in line with client demands. So coming back to what I said at the start of this, we believe this is a new operating system for financial services. It has tremendously positive implications for Fidelity's clients, whether it's access to new asset types or new forms of value, traditional value issued in tokenized format, or even ways to make the existing capital markets infrastructure more efficient in certain asset classes. And we want to be a part of that. And we're starting with the asset that has captured the most attention right now, which is Bitcoin. And we think that if Bitcoin is the rock thrown in the pond, the ripples that it creates will shorten the cycle of interest and adoption of things like central bank digital currencies, tokenized securities, new forms of value that probably couldn't exist pre-blockchain. And our goal is to stay on top of all of those developments for the benefit of our clients.
Okay. So we've just a minute or two left. We've got a bunch of corporations that are on the line right now, and I think they're all interested in Bitcoin. You've been in the industry for a while. You get a lot of experience. Do you have any final words of advice or wisdom for a corporation that's thinking about adopting some kind of Bitcoin strategy?
Look, I think fundamentally what it comes down to is, do your research, do your homework. I mean, it's obviously something that you've done with great success in terms of your exploration of the space. To the extent we can be helpful, please reach out. We think we understand what your decision process looks like, the sorts of information you need, either in the how do we invest in this or why do we invest in this through to the how do we implement it. I think, not to say be slow, but be diligent, take your time, really understand the asset class, because I would say it's one that's kind of in its adolescence. We've seen a tremendous amount of growth. We call it an aspirational store of value. It's still very volatile, but it has these incredibly durable long-term properties, which make it, probably the ultimate scarce store of value asset as the market continues to develop and mature. Lean on folks like Fidelity if we can be helpful in that exploration.
Okay, thanks for being with us today, Tom.
Thank you, Michael.
Your support.
Appreciate the time.
Have a good one.
You too.
All right. Thanks for joining us, Michael Morrow from Genesis. Great to have you here. Great to have the audience here. My name is Fong Li. I'm the president and CFO of MicroStrategy. Thrilled to have this event and thrilled to have Genesis here with us. Michael, for those who may not know you or may not know your company, I'd love for you to just give us a brief background about yourself and the company, and anything you want to share.
Happy to do it. Hi, everybody. I'm Michael Morrow. I am the CEO of Genesis. We are a cryptocurrency-focused prime broker, headquartered in New York, with offices in London and in Singapore, really catering to institutional accounts, corporations, hedge funds, family offices, and some high net worth individuals as a one-stop shop for their crypto investing, custody, borrowing, and lending needs.
Great. So I recently read your Q4 report, and I saw that you facilitated $45 billion in transactions, which is just a staggering number, and also staggering growth. And I saw that you surpassed $5 billion in assets. So tell me about that, just sort of overall, how that breaks down between your different businesses, the type of work you do, and tell me how that growth is compared to maybe a year ago, a quarter ago. And obviously it's really significant. So I'd love you to give the context to the audience.
Happy to do it. So, well, let's really back up. So we launched our over-the-counter Bitcoin trading business in early 2013. So this is now year 8 of us serving institutions within the cryptocurrency ecosystem. And we started it through our FINRA and SEC registered broker dealer. So we've always gone about our participation in the space from a regulated counterparty perspective, in terms of really kind of giving our clients and our counterparties that trusted partner approach. And especially back in the 2013 Wild West of crypto days, we were certainly different in kind of how we approached building out our business. But ultimately it was basically 3 things. One was this idea around Bitcoin is an asset class that is here to stay. Number 2 is that institutional investors will get involved. And number 3, when institutions do get involved, they will expect similar types of products and services that exist in other asset classes, that we needed to make it as similar an experience for corporations and institutions to buy and sell Bitcoin and hold their crypto as they might with their equities or their bonds or their commodities allocations. So, but we really wanted to be thoughtful about how we sequence the business. A crypto prime broker for institutions in 2013 was a non-starter, right? You were way too early in kind of the maturation and development of the asset class. So all we did for the first 5 years of our business was block trading, was really kind of heavy voice brokerage based, helping large transactions, sort of $1 million plus for high net worth individuals and some of the earliest institutions to get involved. But from a volume perspective, when we first started, if we were able to do $5 or $10 million of transactions in a month, that was a good month, right? But that was when Bitcoin price was, call it $100. So it was a long time ago. Certainly 2017 bull market introduced a lot more institutional accounts. In 2018, we launched our lending business, which really sort of enabled financing. It really enabled the ability to short the spot market, as well as kind of hedge their exposure elsewhere. And I think the 2017 bull market helped us launch our 2018 lending business. And then we acquired our custody business in 2020 to really allow us to hold third-party funds and really try to marry kind of the trading, the lending, and the custody experience, as well as our derivatives business that we also launched last year, in a really kind of seamless, institutional, friendly platform with the white glove service. We have sales representatives, we have traders that you can get on the phone and get marketing color from and really hold your hand ultimately through the process. But back to your original question regarding our volumes, we did $8 billion of transactions on our spot trading desk just in Q4. And that is so only to institutions and including some of the corporations that we've already worked with. The derivatives business We did nearly $6 billion in just the 3 months in notional, mostly around sort of options. And then our lending business, which accounted for nearly $20 billion of originations in Q4. And that really is a business which has really kind of helped to add additional market infrastructure piece, which I'm happy to get into in our presentation here.
Yeah, I think that'd be useful, Michael. I think people understand the spot trading business. I think people understand the custody business. And we can go into those in a sec, but you do a robust derivatives business, trading business, and a robust lending business. Just for folks who are working in corporations, why would they consider those? Tell us a little bit more about those pieces.
Sure, happy to do it. So let's chat about the lending piece first, because I do think that's a more meaningful kind of conversation, certainly for this audience. I think for us, we started our lending business in about 3 years ago, in March of 2018, and I think one of the things we said was, hey, you could short and get borrows of stocks. Why couldn't you do this in Bitcoin, right? Like what missing services and products kind of exist in the crypto ecosystem? How could Genesis potentially fill that void? And frankly, we launched our March 2018 business. That was really kind of the start of the bear market, right? In crypto, we had the big bull market in 2017. 2018 was the year in which kind of crypto prices fell 80%, 90% across even some of the biggest coins, and really kind of helped jumpstart our business as folks look to borrow spot to either take a short view on a particular asset or to hedge their long exposure that they may ultimately kind of have elsewhere. Later that year, when the price of Bitcoin hit their bottom, we then saw the other way, and which I think is an important development. We had folks come to say, hey, I've got Bitcoin, I don't want to sell it, but I would like some liquidity. Can I get a US dollar borrow against my Bitcoin? And we said, sure, let's do it. And we had a lot of our institutional accounts, mostly kind of the trading hedge fund firms, borrow against their long buy and hold Bitcoin, their held to maturity Bitcoin, if you will, and then borrow US dollars against it and then buy more Bitcoin with it, right? As a levered long play to take advantage of a rising price environment. And what that really did was try to get us to kind of be creative and thoughtful about Bitcoin as collateral. And I think that is an underappreciated attribute in conversations in the crypto ecosystem today. What I do think about Bitcoin is really sort of the perfect collateral. What do I mean by that? I really have this view that yes, Bitcoin trades billions and billions of dollars a day. It is a highly liquid asset where folks are able to accumulate transactions in size without incurring kind of that market slippage. Number two, it trades 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We are able to, if we needed to liquidate that collateral at 3 a.m. on Christmas morning, we are able to do that because of the way the market ultimately functions and the availability of liquidity that's there this day or night. And for us, as folks are lending against that Bitcoin, like we can't do that with so many other traditional kind of financial assets that we kind of think about borrowing against. And I think one of the value propositions for Genesis is, yes, we work with lots of companies and lots of hedge funds who say, okay, I want to buy Bitcoin through a broker dealer. Give me my regulated counterparty. And I feel really good about the source of Bitcoin and really know that like I have a good handle from an AML KYC perspective. And I'm able to tell people, if I bought this from an SEC FINRA registered entity, I'm good. Secondly, if I ever needed to borrow against it, I'm not locked into Bitcoin, right? You don't have to sell your Bitcoin to get that liquidity. You are able to now borrow that. You can post that as collateral and get US dollar funding off of it. And I think that's a game changer. I think companies and institutions are realizing that they are able to, because of the nature of Bitcoin as collateral, really be able to get creative without incurring, capital gains if you have to sell your Bitcoin. No, you're just posting that as collateral and getting dollars against it. I think that flexibility, I think is really, really important to the marketplace. And regarding the derivatives, really quickly, the growth of the asset class, I think has really helped say, hey, if I'm long Bitcoin and I want to generate some intermediate income, can I sell covered calls? Can I do call overwriting strategies to generate extra income against the kind of the Bitcoins I hold, there are markets developing for significantly liquid options markets. And so folks are now trying to express their view, not only in the spot market, but in the derivatives market as well, without putting up the full collateral that's required on the actual transaction, get some leverage on the option side as well. So folks are now getting creative as the market overall matures.
Yeah, it's fascinating, and I think you point something out that is maybe still misunderstood, especially in the role of a corporate treasurer, for example, that an investment in Bitcoin is actually extremely liquid. But then, when you talk about lending against that Bitcoin and actually being able to get, fiat currencies or US dollars while you still hold that Bitcoin, is very attractive, and gives you a lot of optionality beyond just sort of the standard asymmetric upside that you get out of Bitcoin. So I know you provide treasury services that could very well be targeted towards a corporate treasurer. So how might a treasurer or CFO benefit from some of those types of services that you provide?
So ultimately, one of our prime value adds is our white glove approach as a prime broker to institutional accounts. So what we're able to do is we have a sales department, we have account representatives, we have folks that you can call, and we will handhold you through the entire process, from the diligence against Genesis as your potential counterparty, to walk your hand through the accounting, the finance, many of the panels that the MicroStrategy conference covered yesterday regarding how to think about compliance, how do I think about legal, how do I mark my investments, all of that stuff are conversations that we help corporates and other institutional accounts have with us every single day. So ultimately, I'm interested to have this conversation around Bitcoin as part of my treasury holdings. How do I do this? And how can Genesis help me? So to your point, Fong, what we did was we created our landing page on our genesistrading.com/treasury to really say, hey, treasurers, let's have the conversation. Let's chat about, hey, here's how the trading works. Here's how custody works. And if you ever needed to borrow against it, here's how the lending and borrowing part of the value proposition ultimately works as well. So it really is, and not just sort of a treasury conversation, because it usually is a conversation starter, but it ultimately involves into conversations with finance folks and accounting folks and legal and compliance and all of it. And we have the team on staff to basically be able to walk all of our clients through our thought process, as well as best practices, as we've helped other institutional accounts navigate the process.
Awesome. Well, that sounds like a great service to corporations. Now, as you probably know, the audience we have here today and yesterday is quite international in nature. We have a lot of people from the US, but a lot of people from probably pretty much every country in the world right now. And some are probably wondering, okay, so what are your services? What is your global presence, and what services do you provide and are able to provide around the world?
So as I mentioned at the beginning, our global headquarters is in New York, and we have our office in London, and we have our entity in Singapore. And as far as kind of the licensing framework goes, as I mentioned, the trading entity, we are still an SEC FINRA registered broker dealer. In addition, we're also in the state of New York. And so there's the New York State Department of Financial Services BIT license, which Genesis Trading also has. The custody entity, Genesis Custody Limited, is in the UK, and that has the FCA registration as they're coming up with their crypto regulations in the UK. So that is registered with the FCA. And we're also going through the process with the Monetary Authority of Singapore to get our Singaporean entity properly licensed to be able to conduct business there. And our lending business is actually 50% non-US. The fact that we are able to take other forms of crypto as collateral, and the other fact that we can take stable coins as collateral, where the US dollar fiat leg is not necessary for a lot of the transactions that we do, has really kind of opened up the universe for us. And so we have clients all over the world. I think we're working with about 40 to 50 different countries in terms of where our clients and our counterparties ultimately sit. And so we are able to work with pretty much everybody around the world, and we currently do.
Great. Thank you for that explanation. Okay, so let's say you're one of the attendees at the conference. You're a corporate treasurer, you're a CFO, you have $50 million sitting in fiat currencies, and you are very attracted to the thesis that you've heard over the last couple of days. And in fact, you now have a burning platform, and you want to get that $50 million into Bitcoin as soon as possible. You go to Genesis's landing page for treasury services, you get an email. How quickly, how does the process work? How fast can it go?
So the onboarding is done entirely online. So the initial document collection and filling out of information is done entirely online on the Genesis trading platform. And then there'll be email correspondence and follow-ups as appropriate as we request additional documentation or some clarification on some of the documents that you provided. Now, ultimately, some of the documents that we collect, the certificates of incorporation, articles of association or incorporation, business registration status, and ultimately the ownership and control structures, as well as kind of any AML, KYC type of policies and procedures that you may have in place. Corporations, depending upon how quickly they are able to come back to us with some of the information. So there's a little bit of back and forth. But most corporations were able to provide kind of that approval to kind of get going on the trading side within 3 to 5 business days is the typical turnaround, but really can be shorter or longer, ultimately depending upon how quickly it might take for the corporations to come back to us with their documentation that we might request.
Great. And so how do you compare that experience and just your firm in general versus other vendors and your competitors in the marketplace?
Ultimately, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question as what the experience ultimately with our competitors might ultimately be. But I think one of the value add propositions for us is kind of we only onboard you one time. The various products and services that Genesis offers, whether it's spot trading or derivatives or lending, borrowing, or custody, it's really all done in kind of one seamless onboarding session. And yes, there are additional documents that might pertain to a particular business, but it's different than sort of onboarding. It might be a custody agreement if you want Genesis to be the custodian for your assets, or if there's a lending or borrowing agreement, there's kind of a separate legal documentation for that. But ultimately, our value add is that seamless, all-in-one, one-stop shop experience with a regulated counterparty. With the 8 years of experience in helping institutional accounts do exactly this. That this is our core business, and I think that is a different value proposition than probably what you might expect from folks that are more vertically focused.
Great. And so, yeah, you've been in the market serving institutions for 8 years. And so you are sort of one of the first with that specialty and focus. What advice would you offer to a corporation that's looking to integrate Bitcoin, either in their P&L as part of a corporate strategy or in their balance sheet as part of a treasury strategy? What would you say to them to sort of get them over that last hurdle to make the decision that this is the right thing to do if they're not there yet?
Ultimately, I think for one, my one advice is for folks who think that they've somehow missed Bitcoin, that like the rally, the price appreciation, the speculative nature is gone. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. I think there is plenty of upside that exists. Number two, I really do try to draw the alternative to Bitcoin might be holding in US dollars. And there's probably not too many things that is guaranteed to lose value. US dollars is unfortunately one of them. And so certainly, you think about the alternative places where you might be able to allocate your treasury. I do think it's important to kind of consider Bitcoin. And ultimately, if the asset is too risky or you deemed it a bit too volatile, there's two different things. One, there are tools to hedge your exposure. So that there are ways to control aspects of risk that you might not be comfortable with from a market perspective. Number two, you can always, allocate a smaller percentage to the asset class and kind of control your risk appetite by dialing down your allocation ultimately. But, having said this, we still have yet to see somebody who get into Bitcoin and then end up pulling out of it. We've gone through so many bulls and kind of bear market cycles. And, there's not one person who said, I want to buy Bitcoin, and then somehow go through a bear market and then say, I was wrong, right? They end up either holding throughout the entire process, or they end up buying more, kind of accumulating in that down process. And so, I think that really does speak to the spirit and kind of longevity of Bitcoin as an asset class, and why I'm so confident of its continued growth going forward.
Yeah, so let's talk about your thoughts on growth, right? I think you might have heard in the last session that one survey that was conducted, 95% of corporate respondents said that they expect in the next 5 years to have digital assets somewhere in their balance sheet. Where do you see the market going? I think as I looked at your Q4 numbers, the smallest growth rate was on your spot trade volume, which was 80%. That was like everything else is over 100% growth. You think, certain metrics growing 400%. What do you see happening with the market over the next 1 to 3 years? And if you want to put it out there, not too many people have taken it yet from Mike or I, but what's your price for Bitcoin at the end of 2021? Let's hear it.
I'm terrible at the price prediction.
Be the first to put a price out there on our sessions, Michael.
It's not and I'm also the CEO of a broker dealer, so oftentimes I want to make sure that this is not constituted as research when I talk about kind of the price predictions and whatnot. Ultimately, what do I think? We have made it our asset class what it is to be able to hold events like this. For the CME to be able to create Bitcoin futures, for a number of ETFs out there, for the largest asset manager in crypto and Grayscale to have $25 billion worth of assets under management without a single bank being involved, right? You talk about, maturity of the asset class. What inning are we? We always talk in like baseball analogies as far as, hey, what inning are we ultimately in? And it's hard for me. We're probably out of inning one, to be honest with you, being in the space as long as we have. I'm sure that the CME would not have a product if we were still in the first inning. But ultimately, the banks are not involved, and we still don't have an ETF, right? We still don't have an easily accessible product in the United States that is publicly traded. And I really think that it's hard to say we're in the middle innings without those two things. So, continuing the baseball analogy, I think we're somewhere between the second and third innings, to be honest with you, in terms of where we are, which means that we still have, 2/3 of the game to go in terms of kind of Bitcoin reaching its ultimate kind of potential as an asset. What do I think in the next 1 to 3 years? I think I think the banks are certainly going to get involved. I think the opportunity and the client demand, more importantly, is going to push them into getting involved, certainly in the asset class. And certainly when I think about, our competitors, who does kind of Genesis ultimately compete with? I do think that the competitive landscape switches towards the traditional primes in the equities world. I definitely think you'll see the Goldmans and the JP Morgans and if not them, certainly the middle market folks, I think will certainly be competitive in the space. And I welcome the competition because it means we're doing something right. It means the asset class is moving in the right direction for traditional incumbents to try to want to play in it. And I do think that really does help continuously kind of the institutionalization and maturation, ultimately, of the asset class.
Great. The finance guys love their baseball analogy. I was going to ask you what the score is in the game in the second or the third inning, but I have a feeling we're up a lot right now. So.
We are. It depends on who we're comparing it to.
Yeah.
But Bitcoin's winning.
So what kind of product plans do you have for your company for the future, aligning with sort of the vision you have?
So we'll continue to roll out kind of the traditional products that you see in the prime brokerage space. So some of it is sort of capital introduction. Really kind of marrying fund allocators with the funds themselves, saying, hey, family office, I can put you in touch with these highly accredited hedge funds for investment purposes. And I think we really have the best insight, right, into, you know, who's doing what in the hedge fund world, because of the numbers and volume and data we'll have on them to track their performance, their management skills, all of it. Number two, we'll get into the fund administration business. So we'll help folks kind of calculate net asset value. We'll help do their back office kind of a trade reconciliation and accounting. And I think that's potentially something that could be of interest to the corporates as well, to continuously track, you know, the cost basis, the mark to market. Bitcoin and crypto especially can be tricky. There's forks, there's airdrops. Things can get the crypto native nuances, I think, can be difficult to navigate. So we'll certainly look to introduce businesses in that area. And I think we'll continue our geographic growth. You know, we will have our European and Asian headquarters, and I think we'll end up creating satellite offices to cover our growing international demand.
Great. I think we're out of time. This was fascinating, Michael, and following the chat, I think people were really interested in this concept of borrowing with Bitcoin as collateral. Maybe we can take one quick question from the audience and then sign on off. People are trying to understand what kind of rates you get when you're borrowing against Bitcoin.
Ultimately, it's really an LTV / interest rate conversation. It's what kind of, you know, what do I have to put up in Bitcoin to be able to get the interest rate? And ultimately, it's a function of, you know, if we're at 80% LTV and we're saying, okay, we're willing to post, you know, 80% of the value in the loan. So you're over collateralizing Genesis. In that context, I think you can still get rates around 7 to 9% a year, kind of borrowing against it. If you're willing to put up more collateral, and have that, you know, the LTV much lower, then we can certainly kind of get to the 4 or 5%, and then even more. If you're double at your 2x, 3x, the rates can definitely get very, very low. So it really depends on the amount of financing you want to take out versus the Bitcoins that you want to post as collateral.
Awesome. Okay, thanks for sharing that, and thanks for sharing everything about Genesis. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
All right, take care.
Well, I'm back with Michael Sonnenschein from Grayscale, the CEO. Michael, you want to tell us about yourself and your company?
First of all, thank you for having me, Michael, and thank you for this event. This is fantastic. It is a pleasure to speak to all of you. As Michael mentioned, I'm CEO of Grayscale Investments. We are the world's largest digital currency asset management business, topping at right about $30 billion of assets under management. Our business dates back to 2013 when we launched our very first investment product, which is still today our flagship offering, which is called Grayscale Bitcoin Trust. It is a long-only passively managed Bitcoin investment product, and today is the world's largest Bitcoin investment product. You know, I think if we look back to late 2013, our founder, a gentleman named Barry Silbert, was early to realize that investors of all shapes and sizes, individuals, high net worth individuals, family offices, hedge funds, pensions, endowments, and now certainly corporations would want to have exposure to digital assets. But back then, and largely still today, they exist outside of the traditional places where investment allocations are being made, where investors are typically accessing stocks, bonds, ETFs, whatever it may be. And to address that head on, we decided to launch a whole family of investment products that would give investors secure, compliant, regulated exposure to the digital currency space. And so today that has expanded now into a family of 9 investment products. So 8 of them are single currency products. And our last product is a diversified basket of large cap digital assets. And so I think where we've had a lot of success over the years amassing AUM is that, number one, most investors, whether you're a high net worth individual, a family office, a hedge fund, pension, corporation, is used to relying on other folks to handle investments for them. They buy a stock, they buy an ETF, they buy some treasuries. It is going to settle and work through a custodian or a prime broker, et cetera. And so by having these solutions available to investors, we've given them a really compliant way to do that. Not to mention that if you don't feel comfortable or don't have the technological wherewithal to handle digital currencies directly, or your mandate doesn't allow you to directly have a bearer instrument in your control, the Grayscale family of products is a really easy way to gain digital currency exposure.
Okay, so we've got a lot of corporations online, and corporations have special interests, and they're all interested in Bitcoin. How do they get plugged into Bitcoin? So I guess, can you go into more detail on the kinds of Bitcoin related products or services you would offer to a corporation?
Sure. So Grayscale Bitcoin Trust is our long-only Bitcoin product. It is purely Bitcoin exposure, just beta exposure, no cash, no leverage, no trading, no arbitrage, no rehypothecation of the underlying coins. A corporation could come to Grayscale on any day it wishes and subscribe into the fund at net asset value, and that would be giving them just directionally long Bitcoin exposure, and they'd be buying an investment. It has a QSIP, it's audited, financial statements, has an offering memorandum, risk disclosures, you're signing a subscription agreement. And actually, Grayscale Bitcoin Trust is the first and only SEC reporting company that is a digital currency investment product. So a lot of investors, look to this product because they enjoy those additional protections of SEC reporting, 8Ks, 10Ks, 10Qs, et cetera. Now, if a corporation comes to us and says, we'd like to put $50 million into Bitcoin, or maybe a little more like they did with, like you guys did, Michael, at MicroStrategy, we are actually going out into the market and buying as much Bitcoin for as much money is being deployed into the fund. It's completely one for one. There's nothing synthetic about it. And we'll be issuing newly issued shares of the fund. So our AUM would grow by that $50 million. We'd have sourced $50 million worth of Bitcoin. And now that investor is able to have that directionally long exposure. What we've done, rather than offering a traditional redemption program with a certain frequency, is instead gotten this product to trade on the public markets. So Grayscale Bitcoin Trust trades on the OTCQX market here in the US, where many ADRs trade, Volkswagen, Roche, Adidas, et cetera, under the symbol GBTC. And so once you have passed the statutory holding period for those newly created shares, which is only 6 months, you are then eligible to sell those shares out into the public market if you wish at any point past that 6-month time horizon. And that's how you get liquidity on your investment.
Okay. So there's a lot of increase in corporate interest over the past year. You're kind of a unique situation because you have probably the biggest institutional business in the world. I guess everybody would be interested in hearing about your customer base and your especially corporate clients. Do you have any reference customers, and what kind of business are they doing with you?
Sure. So number one, we take the confidentiality of our clients exceedingly, to heart. So we do not disclose who our clients are other than those who have public reporting obligations. So there are certainly investors who own shares of this product that have to file 13Ds and 13Fs, et cetera, disclosing their holdings with us. And those are certainly widely available. That being said, I would say if I look back at 2020, greater than 85% of the $5.7 billion we raised last year came from institutional investors. Now, a lot of that institutional client base was hedge funds, but certainly over the course of the year, as we started to see, folks like MicroStrategy and Square and others really be the pioneers that have really now provided air cover for other corporate participation. in this asset class, we've started to really have really good dialogues and starting to get allocations both from corporate clients, as well as we've started to see the conversation become a lot more actionable from the pension and endowment space. Although I would disclaim that on the pension and endowment front, it's coming a little bit more so outside the US than it is from within the US, which is just an interesting anecdote. So yeah, very, very heavily skewed institutional base.
Yeah, it makes so much sense for pensions and endowments. And I guess it makes even a lot more sense if you're a pension and endowment in Europe and interest rates are negative. That might be part of that boost.
Indeed.
Okay, so everybody wants to know where's Grayscale licensed and what jurisdictions do you do business in?
Sure. We do business globally. Grayscale sells its investment products through our sister firm, Genesis. You all just heard from my colleague, Mike Morrow. So we sell our securities through a registered broker-dealer, the Genesis Trading Broker-Dealer. Genesis also acts as the authorized participant. So they are a regulated broker-dealer with a BIT license. So any of the underlying tokens being purchased to satisfy investment coming into any of the Grayscale products is solely being sourced through Genesis. And again, given their status, they have to source their tokens from counterparties that meet those AML KYC obligations as a broker-dealer. In addition to that, Grayscale is audited. We work with a company called Friedman. And then in the case of Grayscale Bitcoin Trust and the Grayscale Ethereum Trust, these are SEC reporting companies. So I know that this sounds at times almost like, well, that's not such a big deal. A lot of things are SEC reporting. What's such a big deal about this is the fact that Grayscale Bitcoin Trust goes all the way back to 2013, and we were able to work with the SEC to help them understand every aspect of the product, the service providers, the risk factors, the operations of the product, how fair valuation is done, every aspect that goes into running this product in order to get them comfortable. We elected to become an SEC reporting company and to hold ourselves to that higher standard, because that's what honestly we felt investors wanted and quite frankly deserved. And so in terms of being an SEC reporting company, you don't see that being a newsmaker often, because most of the time, any product or company that goes public on NYSE or NASDAQ, et cetera, is from day one an SEC reporting company. We, trading on the OTC markets, were having to report under the alternative reporting standards and have now elected to hold ourselves to a higher standard, being SEC reporting.
You know, I can empathize with you on that, because we've been a public company for 22 years, and people used to say to me, isn't it a drag to be public and have to file quarterly reports, and wouldn't you rather just go private? And I said, you know, in retrospect, being a public company and going through that SEC reporting process, it makes you a better company, because you have more discipline.
Yeah, of course.
You know, it's having that kind of discipline forces you to not put things off, and there's more rigor, and ultimately over the long run, I think it makes you a better firm.
It's been a significant investment, headcount, processes, internal controls, committees, you know, all of the things that go into staying in compliance with that has been a welcome challenge, and something that has honestly also benefited us by opening up our investor base. A lot of investors are looking for that to be built in, particularly when they're going into an asset class they haven't invested in before.
Yeah, it's the gold standard for counterparty trust in the world. I mean, everywhere in the world, really. Okay, so what's the typical customer journey for a corporation that decides to do business with your firm?
So I'd say nowadays, 95% of those types of clients are going into Bitcoin only. These are typically folks that have said, you know, Bitcoin is where I'm most comfortable. I've done the most homework, the most research. That's where the most resources are available to me. And if I'm going to do anything in crypto, it's going to be in Bitcoin, into the most notable and widest of digital currencies out there. There has, however, been an uptick in a different conversation, which is there is a growing appreciation that the asset class is more than just Bitcoin, and this idea that folks should be allocating. And so we've started to see an uptick in our diversified fund, which is market cap weighted. So it obviously does skew quite heavily to Bitcoin, but then also it lets investors gain exposure to Ethereum, Litecoin, Bitcoin Cash. And so I would say, if you asked me this question about 18 months ago, a lot of these conversations still included Bitcoin 101 and 201. How are we going to know there's only 21 million? The divisibility of Bitcoin, who created it? Where did it come from? A lot of those conversations also used to include regulatory considerations and there being discomfort that there wasn't enough regulatory clarity to meaningfully move into the space. None of that is part of the conversation anymore. Today's conversations are us facing off initially with investors being as well versed as we've ever seen them before. We're having conversations around portfolio construction. Where does this fit within their portfolios? You know, Michael, we've certainly been a big proponent of seeing investors rotate out of assets like gold, historical stores of value, antiquated stores of value, and into assets like Bitcoin. We've seen investors allocate thinking about this, you know, certainly at the riskiest end of their portfolio spectrum, maybe more akin to an early stage technology investment or venture capital. So we do a lot of conversation around portfolio construction as well as portfolio sizing. On the conservative end of the spectrum, we're seeing maybe 25 to 50 basis points of exposure. And over time, we're seeing some investors get as high as 400 or 500 basis points of exposure. And I think whereas these conversations were once characterized by volatility and that being a deterrent or a hesitation, you know, when I think back to March of 2020, when COVID brought the world to a grinding halt and crypto fell precipitously, even more so than a lot of other asset classes, that type of day is the day that investors are calling us up, trying to invest quickly and trying to take advantage of pullbacks in those prices, not calls characterized by, you know, how could I have done this? This is a bad investment, et cetera. And so we've seen very consistently investors using pullbacks in price to opportunistically average down. And then I think the other part of the conversation that we have with folks today, because today people really are generally coming to us or engaging with us with high intention. It's about timing, and both the timing for making investment as well as the overall time of how long they should be thinking about this investment. Typically, depending on investors' order size or how much of an allocation they want, we work with them to design a program that, you know, puts them into the trade over a series of days or weeks or months, depending on what it is. And then thinking about the time horizon, these are investors that are putting this capital to work for, call it at a minimum, the next 5 to 10 years. And in some cases, much further out on the calendar than that.
So I guess that leads to the next logical question, which is, if people are taking a longer time horizon view, what's your outlook for the Bitcoin marketplace over the coming 1, 2, 3, 4 years?
I think that if you are a corporation listening to this and you kind of looked at Bitcoin in 2017 and you're looking at Bitcoin again now, I cannot stress to you enough how different the market dynamic is today than it was 3 years ago when we had our last digital asset Bitcoin rally. Today, you have seen the development of derivatives. You've seen a much healthier two-sided market, a much more global market, the build out of infrastructure, the picks and the shovels of this industry, exchanges, AML, KYC, order management systems, tax law, accounting, reporting systems. I mean, you have to remember that digital assets came along like Bitcoin, and many systems that exist today don't account for something that has 8 decimal places. So there's been a lot of catch up being played in and around this industry. And when you have, I think, essentially unlimited or perpetual fiscal stimulus being injected into our system, investors are increasingly looking to scarce assets, verifiably scarce assets like Bitcoin. You have folks like my friend Michael Saylor getting into Bitcoin, alongside some other really notable folks who have long been Bitcoin curious or Bitcoin participants, but have been much more quiet about their participation in the space. The likes of Square and MicroStrategy and Paul Tudor Jones and Druckenmiller and all of these advocates getting into the space, not to mention PayPal and a lot of the other financial services incumbents, are creating a lot more air cover for folks to participate. And I think that we are now on the precipice when you combine that with that very, very large kind of anti-Wall Street sentiment that is out there now. A lot more participation coming into the market. And at the end of the day, Bitcoin is a very simple asset to value. The supply is known and predictable. And so the price for Bitcoin really is a function of demand. And investors today are allocating to Bitcoin because they believe they're buying a piece of something that they know is verifiably scarce, of which the demand for it is only going to go up over time.
So for the companies that are watching right now, that are interested in integrating Bitcoin into their P&L or into their balance sheet, what kind of advice would you have for them?
Well, I think the first piece is education, and it's events like this, Michael, that really do that. You know, I know you and I have spent time talking about what it took to kind of, convince your peers at MicroStrategy that this was the right move for you and your investors. And education is the biggest piece of it. In having been a former banker myself and been in the space for the past 7 years, I have not found a single person who's actually, and I really do mean actually, done the homework to dig in on this asset class who has not come out on the other side of that exercise completely amazed. And it is always the folks that balk at this or are naysayers who really have not spent the time looking at this, look at the history of money, look at what inflation has been, not only in the US, but all over the world. And so education is a key component of it. And certainly my team and myself individually are here to help. We've written a ridiculous amount around portfolio construction, valuation, primers. We do teach-ins, roundtables constantly with corporations and other types of investors to get folks comfortable. So education is the first piece of it. And then I think the other piece of it is really kind of shrugging off this idea of timing. I have been fortunate to deal with some of the world's most notable and successful investors, and I have never, and I mean never, seen someone successfully time their entrance into Bitcoin. And so I always tell folks, you either decide you want the exposure or you don't, and you want to get up to a certain size, and you can do that programmatically. But you should be thinking about this over a longer time horizon. And ultimately, the difference of buying more exposure 5% higher or 5% lower or 10% higher, 10% lower is ultimately not going to be a material driver if Bitcoin is able to do all the things that we think it's going to do and take share of all the markets that I'm so excited about. And certainly I know, Michael, you're excited about as well.
Yeah, well, I agree 100% with you on that. I like things where you think it's a trend for the next decade, and it doesn't matter whether you bought in year 1.1 or 1.4 of the trend or 2.1 versus 2.37. If it was only going to be good for 6 weeks, I don't think I would have that much conviction to begin with.
Absolutely. And I listen, I put my money where my mouth is. I buy more Bitcoin 365 days a year. I've never sold any Bitcoin. I believe that this is the next stop in the evolution of money.
Okay, you and me both. Okay, next question. How do you compare Grayscale to other firms in this space? You know, you have a particular specialty?
I think for Grayscale, we had a probably unfair competitive advantage in that we and Genesis were incubated underneath the same parent organization. And so our businesses have grown very cohesively together over time. And so what Grayscale, I think, has that a lot of other folks have, and just to be clear, Michael, anybody else in this industry offering any products or services that even remotely resemble what we're doing, we do not look at them as competitors. We look at them as helping to grow the pie together. We cannot be the only firm out there trying to convince folks to look at this asset class and help educate them about it. But Grayscale is far and away the largest of the firms out there offering these types of products and services. We have the longest track record of anyone. And I would say on top of that, we're probably the most regulated and most scrutinized, both because of our size and our track record of any firm out there. And so as folks are thinking about regulated counterparties, regulated partners where they can gain exposure to this asset class or get a good source of knowledge, don't look anywhere else.
Okay. Okay, how about take me to the future? What are your plans for the future, your products, and what's your vision for the firm?
So I think at the moment, we're really focusing on 3 areas. We're focusing on scaling, so scaling our operation. And I think that means investing in people. Our headcount has tripled from this time last year. So really ensuring that we're staying ahead of the demands that investors are asking of the firm and that we're adequately prepared for it. And alongside that is technology, making sure people have a top-notch experience when they do interact with Grayscale or Grayscale products. We're certainly expanding the product suite. We have 9 products today. Grayscale will certainly be launching more products throughout 2021. So you'll have to stay tuned for what those products are. And then I think 3, certainly I'm sure this is a crowd that watches CNBC and other financial and kind of political news. We're really investing in our brand. We're gearing up to launch our 4th national advertising campaign. You've no doubt probably seen Grayscale commercials running on CNBC and elsewhere. And so really thinking about partnerships and sponsorships and really trying to ensure that we're always moving towards that North Star, which is making digital currency investing synonymous with Grayscale.
Awesome. Look, Michael, thanks for joining me today.
Thank you for having me. This is great.
All the best.
You too.
Hello, everybody. I have with me here this afternoon, Dave Abner, who's Global Head of Business Development at Gemini. Thank you so much for your time joining us. Thanks to the audience for joining us also. Dave, maybe we can just start. Introduce yourself, introduce your company, although I don't know that it needs an introduction. But why don't you just give everyone some background?
Sure. It's great to be here. Thank you very much for having us. I'm actually slightly different from, I think, everyone you've spoke to today. I've been in the financial markets for 25 years. I started out as a derivatives trader, but I joined WisdomTree Asset Management as a startup. So I actually come from the asset management side of the business as opposed to the brokerage side. And I've been working for the last decade educating institutional investors on how to use and incorporate ETFs into their business. And then I switched over to crypto because I think that industry is in the same phase of education and adoption that we're seeing today. So let me tell you a little bit about the company. And as you said, most people know it. Gemini is a full-service crypto exchange and custodian that allows customers to buy, sell, and store crypto in more than 30 digital assets. We were specifically designed for institutional investors to acquire crypto assets and store them safely, securely, and efficiently. We are what I would say is more highly regulated than most of our competitors. We've achieved SOC 1 Type 2 and SOC 2 Type 2 certification from Deloitte for both our exchange and the custodian. We're the only exchange speaking today to have achieved that certification level. We run on a digitally native architecture that enables us to provide access via API and fixed connectivity for most of our services. We are not run out of the cloud. Our exchange infrastructure and matching engine is housed in the same facility as the NYSE, the Equinix NY5 data center in Secaucus, New Jersey. We're a New York trust company. We're regulated by the New York State Department of Financial Services. We're a fiduciary, and we're subject to capital reserve requirements, cybersecurity requirements, and banking compliance standards set forth by the New York State Department of Financial Services and New York banking law. We're a qualified custodian for both our exchange and our segregated custody account. Our exchange and custodian are covered by one of the most robust AML KYC programs in the industry, including an extensive market surveillance program. We're subject to the Bank Secrecy Act and its implementation requirements. We actually provide the highest insurance coverage in the industry with $290 million in coverage across both our exchange and the segregated custody accounts. We provide private keys using FIPS level 4 rated HSMs, which we consider to be more secure than key sharding, with WebAuth support, address whitelisting, rate limiting, and IP restrictions for securing accounts. Gemini has over 350 employees, and we're available in all 50 states, Washington, D.C., and Puerto Rico. Additionally, we're available in more than 50 countries, including Australia, Canada, Hong Kong, Singapore, South Korea, and the UK. Let me tell you a little bit about our founding. The firm was officially founded in 2014 by Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss. They first became involved in Bitcoin in 2012 during the very early days of cryptocurrencies. They faced hurdles acquiring and storing their Bitcoin, as well as connecting those holdings into their wealth management infrastructure. They realized that they can build a bridge to the future of money for all institutional investors through the development of systems purpose-built to facilitate their own needs for buying and storing their coins. Today, Gemini is empowering individuals and institutions by providing a simple, elegant, and extremely secure way to trade and store crypto assets. The firm is built on a foundation focused on product, security, licensing, and compliance. And many of our decisions start with the idea of doing what we should do, not only what we can do, because protecting investors' brand and reputation is our primary goal.
Awesome. Well, that was a pretty thorough background.
A lot to know. I want to make sure we get it all in.
No, I like it. Thank you, Dave. So 350 employees. Give us a sense of your size in terms of assets.
Well, we've announced publicly recently that we have over $10 billion in assets under custody, and that's our general size that we make public. The rest of our company is very private.
Okay, great. So you'd mentioned you offer brokerage, custody services. Maybe you can break that down. Especially, this is Bitcoin for corporations, right? And you're sort of gave us all the great credentials that Gemini has. Maybe you can just walk through one by one the different tiers of products and why corporations should be interested in this.
Absolutely. So we offer a wide variety of what I call prime services. We're an exchange and custodian, and we offer OTC execution and clearing services. All of our services are applicable to all of the products that we make available, from Bitcoin and Ether to a range of DeFi products. First and foremost, let's talk about the highly regulated crypto exchange, right? As I mentioned, we're the only exchange here to have achieved SOC 1 and 2 Type 2 reporting status. This means that Gemini is the most highly regulated, transparent, and tested cryptocurrency exchange in the world. We take customer safety and security very seriously in order to fulfill our mission as this bridge between traditional and digital assets, right? Assets on our exchange are kept in an omnibus account that is secured with 3 levels of storage security: a hot wallet, and then cold and cryo storage. We also offer a fully segregated custody solution. This segregated custody is entirely separate from our exchange storage systems, with independent sets of private keys, HSMs, and even different geographical locations for physical hardware security. This is designed to work seamlessly with trading on the Gemini exchange, but also completely independently as a standalone solution for investors who wish to trade elsewhere and still have Gemini be the custodian of their assets. The exchange and custodian are supported, I think, like I said, by a full suite of APIs so that functionality can actually be built directly into in-house solutions already in place at most of our clients. We also provide a series of execution venues for our customers, ranging from trading directly on the exchange, utilizing either our simplified exchange mechanism linked to our matching engine, or our active trader functionality. This is designed for traders that want to use advanced order types, charting, and additional features. There's also an automated block trading utility, which is unique to the industry, and it's currently actually free to use. This provides instant block liquidity from market makers in real time via an electronic interface. You simply type in a block size and you'll receive two-way markets with actionable prices. And lastly, as has been discussed by many of our competitors, we have a high-touch trading desk for working directly with institutional clients, managing their sophisticated order flow. A unique feature of this desk is its use of proprietary algorithms to determine levels for pricing orders for execution on the Gemini exchange. So this keeps client order flow within the Gemini ecosystem, removing the problem of settlement risk that's sometimes ignored on other trading desks as they go out to a variety of venues. Effectively, our clients are trading as if they are the top quantitative hedge funds in the world. The desk is run by a former head of FX trading at BNP Paribas, and the experience is structured to look exactly like that of trading with a big bank. We can offer pre and post trade analytics, and we approach our execution business as a partnership between our clients and the firm. There are no regulations dictating best execution in the crypto space, but we take that concept as a cornerstone in our OTC trading business. We are not executing against clients at any time, but working with market makers and our own math-based algorithms to find the best bids and offers throughout the global market in order to achieve the best execution possible.
Okay, well, thanks, Dave. I appreciate that. Tell me about your customer base. Do you have any customers that reference? I'm sure security and privacy is important, but do you have any reference customers you want to share with the group here?
We do, actually. Our customers span all segments in global regions. Like I said, we're currently safekeeping over $10 billion in cryptocurrencies. We have banking relationships with JP Morgan and partnerships with State Street and other institutions. We provide execution and custody services for robo-advisors, traditional wealth management firms, including trust structures, pensions, endowments. Since the firm was designed to be able to execute and store crypto for a large family office originally, everything is built from the ground up to service our institutional clients. Generally, institutions come to Gemini to talk about storage and are actually pleased to discover that we actually offer this full suite of services of execution and clearing, but in a very discreet and professionally run structure. So one of the most unique features of our platform is our sub-accounting functionality. It enables wealth managers like Eaglebrook Advisors, for example, to segregate trading strategies or end customers under a single master account structure. This is most used by wealth management platforms that are managing money for multiple clients under the same umbrella. Through this functionality, we can assign differing levels of access and privileges across the account structure. We can trade for one or multiple accounts simultaneously, allocating executions at the same price to multiple clients with similar or different fee structures. We also provide custody and exchange services for a variety of corporate clients. That, as we'll talk about in further detail, starts with a long discussion about intended goals and an education process about the crypto industry, our firm, and alternatives in the market. What we've found is that the initial decision to pursue a crypto exposure typically comes from somewhere near the top of the organization, and it actually becomes the job of the rest of the team to figure out the mechanics of implementation. Our specialty is to help educate each role on the team as to their involvement in the process and what they will need to know for entering into the position and managing it in an ongoing basis. So I think I said at the beginning that I started at Wisdom Tree, and I've spent 12 years educating portfolio managers on the nuances of implementing ETFs into their portfolios. We run a very similar process of education before we pull the trigger on execution. I firmly believe in transparency around fees and process. We're happy to help our clients understand how liquidity providers create liquidity in Bitcoin and where they're making their money, right? All of our client relationships are a partnership designed to achieve the best result on that execution. I want to focus on two more areas before we move on. We provide services to more product issuers through our Gemini Fund Services group than anyone else speaking today. Fund issuers like 3iQ in Canada, Galaxy CI, Osprey Crypto Trust, they're all clients of our bespoke fund services business. Our experience in ETFs enables the team to excel in providing not only custody and execution, but all capital markets needs like seeding and liquidity provision. And we're actually in discussions with most of the fund industry about wrapping cryptocurrencies into traditional wrappers. I think this is a piece of the business where we really stand out. And then lastly, we also work very well with the family office industry. That group traditionally keeps their business close to the vest. But because of our provenance of Gemini and the Winklevoss family office, we have a real understanding of their needs And so we spend a lot of time educating and providing services to this, what we call traditionally discrete group of investors.
All right. Well, you came quite prepared, David, but I don't know if I heard you answer my specific question. Do you have any corporate customers? You know, a lot of the audience here are major corporations that are considering investing in Bitcoin. Do you have any that you can share or talk about?
We do, but we don't have any that were willing to share their exposures today or share their experience today.
Okay, got it. So let's say you're a corporation, you have $50 million after listening to the 2 days of our Bitcoin for Corporations track, super interested in getting into a Bitcoin position as soon as possible. How fast can you onboard them? What's that experience exactly feel like?
So the customer journey is a huge focus for Gemini, right? And I think they understood this from the beginning, that if you're building a business from scratch, getting customers in the door, trading was incredibly important, right? And turning people on, right? So the firm has built this process of onboarding for an institution. It's actually very similar to the process as if you were onboarding an individual, right? There are some minor differences in documentation requirements. It's all standard incorporation documents that every firm would have readily available, right? We have a concierge service for institutional clients. We walk them through the steps of the process with a dedicated person for questions to ensure things are flowing smoothly. Generally, our turnaround time, which is what you specifically asked, is 48 hours start to finish. However, like a few people have mentioned today, actually, we can turn you on much quicker if there's something that needs to really get done quickly, and assuming that all the paperwork is in order. More importantly than onboarding, though, to me, is this concept of gaining an understanding of the client's goals with the relationship, right? We do this through a series of meetings designed to best understand what they're trying to do, how they like to communicate, and the variety of ways that we can help them achieve these goals, right? This does a lot to avoid the typical challenges that might present themselves to our customers, right? So differences between exchange custody and our segregated custody product, sometimes people need to think about that a little bit. Or the way that we protect their accounts by whitelisting, this prevents them from accidentally sending funds somewhere unintentionally. We have an extremely advanced set of controls and procedures, right? This prevents clients from sending funds and making mistakes in a world where, like crypto, where there are no do-overs. So we walk clients through this entire process to ensure they understand what they can do and cannot do. And then lastly, I would say it's important to remember, Gemini is only 350 people. We treat every customer as if they were our only customer. You're not getting lost in a big organization. You're not dialing the phone and getting into an endless automated maze. If you want to speak to us, we answer the phone, we answer questions. We're here to help with adoption of this new ecosystem. And we actually understand the value of your money to you, I think.
Great. So let's get big picture. And where do you see the Bitcoin marketplace going? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? You have a price forecast for us at the end of this year? Probably not, but I'll ask anyway.
I'm gonna leave pricing to crypto Twitter. Okay, you can get plenty of price estimates.
No one's taken us up on that yet. So I didn't expect you would be the first, but just tell me where you think you see the market going in the next 3 years.
I may be a little more conservative than my colleagues. Look, I think one of the most interesting aspects of the marketplace today is around this development of traditional looking financial service products for investors, right? I spend most of my days speaking to institutions about our services. One question we get all the time is, how do we integrate with our competitors? Actually, because firms want to set up multi-custodian models like they're used to in the traditional markets. I think this is one of the biggest features you're going to see in the future, right? Because this concept of spreading around risk is incredibly important, not just from hackers, right? But even from traditional market disruptions that we can't predict until they occur. Imagine, for example, that if you're the largest Bitcoin trust in the market today and you kept all your assets with one custodian and executed only through their team. Well, there's risk on the custody piece. There's no competition for the trading piece. So clients end up bearing all these additional risks that they shouldn't be subjected to. I think the market's not necessarily big enough for this evolution yet, but over the next few years, as assets continue to grow, we're definitely going to see these setups start to take form. Additionally, we're seeing rapid advances in the trading architecture so that liquidity sourcing will become dramatically easier and much cheaper. I think it's clear to everyone here that time's accelerated in today's markets, right? What used to take years in the past sometimes happens in hours or minutes based on news dissemination, social networking, crypto, Twitter, right? Over the next few years, massive investment is going to come into the crypto space. And it will be great for industry leaders like Gemini, right? But I think that crypto space moves in dog years. A traditional year is 7 years in crypto, right? The development speeds are incredibly fast. And as we move from one product innovation to another, it's just staggering that what people have to absorb to keep up. This is sometimes
just on that, you worked in the ETF space, you mentioned, and you really saw that take off over a 10-year period. How would you compare the adoption of Bitcoin versus the adoption of ETFs in terms of, you mentioned dog years, is it 7 to 1? Like how much faster do you see this happening? I assume you see it happening faster.
Look, I do see it happening faster, and there's massive adoption, but part of it is that, there's a regulatory, delay or wait, right? And this is actually really difficult. It's a great question. It's a difficult point for Gemini because of our regulatory disposition, right? We sometimes find ourselves waiting for regulators to catch up, right? And you asked about my history. The Bitcoin ETF is actually a great example of this, right? The Winklevoss twins were the first to file for a Bitcoin ETF in 2013, right? They were absolutely right about the demand for the product and the need by some investors, many of them on the phone today or on the call today, to hold their Bitcoin exposure in a trust structure. But they didn't want to launch an inferior structure for investors, which might have premium or discount issues in the future. So they waited for the ETF, believing sort of like I do, that it's a structure that would provide exposure for investors, but also sufficient protections for them. And what they did in the meantime is build Gemini into an exchange and custodian that serves all crypto investor sizes, right? Simple order flow to the most complex, complicated execution and storage situations. The future is going to be this full series of new products that we almost can't imagine today, but it's also going to be made up of all the products we know in the traditional markets, but running on sets of digital rails that are more efficient and lead to lower end costs for investors, right?
Yeah, you seem like you would be the perfect person to hit that sort of intersection of Bitcoin and an ETF. You think we'll get one?
It's a great question. It's hard to see what the future brings.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to step in front of any regulatory clarity,
Okay. What advice? So we're here. We got thousands of people listening and watching, and will watch, that represent corporations that are interested in Bitcoin. What advice would you give them?
First and foremost, you need a good partner that you can trust, right? And I think that's a universal statement from everyone today. The first decisions start with your view of Bitcoin as a new and future element of your balance sheet. No one can make that decision except for the leader of the institution that you're at, right? And firms like Gemini can help with implementation and storage only after the mindset has been adopted that you want to move forward on this path. We are specialists at educating teams on helping them prepare the implementation plan and getting ready for execution. As Michael explained yesterday, right, there are a wide variety of strategies being implemented depending on the type of firm and business. Firms are bringing Bitcoin onto their balance sheet, like MicroStrategy. Asset managers are bringing Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies into products that they make available for their clients, right? So BlackRock has taken its first steps with Bitcoin futures in certain funds. The largest custodians like State Street and Mellon are working on ways to partner with crypto custodians so that they can be a part of the services they offer to their clients. Wealth managers are building access points for their clients so they don't have to leave the platform ecosystem. So every day we see increases in the ways that institutions are utilizing crypto. So I think this highlights one very important point for everyone here today, right? If you're an institution, either a corporation with a US dollar-based balance sheet, you're an asset manager, you're a steward of retirement assets, you're an insurer, custodian, even a traditional exchange or investment bank, and you don't have a strategy for cryptocurrencies, you're dramatically falling behind some of your peers, almost to a point of negligence at this stage. If your board is not asking questions about how cryptocurrencies and blockchain will disrupt the business, then you should be educating them on the variety of ways that it probably will.
Well, I love that. And consider myself biased, but I agree. If you're part of a corporation, a treasurer, CFO, board member, executive, and you're not considering at least crypto as part of your balance sheet or P&L, then you are behind the time. So I think that's great, dude. All right, we're running low on time. I went out to the chat room to solicit a question, and I know this is going to sort of come out of left field. You don't have to answer it, Dave. I read Bitcoin Billionaires. I thought it was another brilliant book by Ben Mesrick. It was very entertaining. I assume you read it too. Did you have a favorite part of that book?
Look, I think the overall portrayal of the twins, I think it's a great redemption story, right? I think they got sort of not a great persona in the social network. And you look, understanding the founders of our company, this is not, lightning does not strike twice. There is absolutely something special here, right? In the original incarnation of the early stories, and then now what they've done with Bitcoin. These are definitely, Bitcoin Billionaires, the twins, the Winklevoss twins are definitely someone that we should all be watching and paying close attention to.
All right, who's going to play you in the movie? Are you going to be in the movie?
I'm hoping to rent many theaters in Manhattan when that movie comes out so that we can bring all our best clients in and get together.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, Dave. I really appreciate your time. And thanks for doing this with a group. And we will, I'm sure we'll get a chance to talk at some point in the future.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Juan.
Take care.
Welcome back. I'm here with Michael Novogratz, the CEO of Galaxy Digital. Michael, welcome.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
So tell us about yourself. Tell us about your company. I think everybody would love to know all about Galaxy Digital.
Well, I used to think I was the oldest man in crypto, but I think we're the same age. And so the two Mikes can share that title. Listen, I started investing in Bitcoin in 2013 when it was $95. And I either was smart enough or made the mistake of talking about it at an investor conference. And the next day I was on the cover of the FT. The only time I was on the cover of the FT, predicting that Bitcoin would go to 1,000, and luckily it did. And so I kind of got sucked into the space of kind of unofficial, or one of the unofficial spokesmen, which has now been an 8-year and fascinating journey. And so I've kind of seen Bitcoin evolve from this fringe asset, wonderfully crafted, built around a small community of cypherpunks and libertarians and people that really didn't trust the center, to now 8 years later, being known by over 120 million people around the world. It's the largest distributed asset. And that's something that's really important to think about. What gives Bitcoin its worth isn't the spectacular code that Satoshi created, right? The code is pretty spectacular, but if we took the code and we called it U Owen coin or Mike Novogratz coin and created a fork, it wouldn't be worth that much. Sorry, you. What gives it its worth is the social construct. It's got worth because people say it has worth. And so that really comes from community, right? It comes from a community, a network. And what's so interesting is I've seen over this 8 years, networks continue to grow and grow. This 2-day seminar that you're putting on is amazing because it's introducing Bitcoin to a whole new network, right? This corporate CFOs, corporate treasury network, and why they should care about this. We've got insurance companies that are caring about it. We've got hedge funds that are caring about it. But we have Mike Novogratz's and Michael Saylor's in every village of the world telling this story, this very important story that there's this new technology where you can store your wealth. It wouldn't be an important story if we didn't have central banks and Ministry of Finances and Treasury departments printing money, at a reckless rate. And so, but it is. And so, you guys like Wences Casares, who's one of the fathers of this, one of the best storytellers, it hit him so much because he came from Argentina and his partner came from Venezuela. And if you've been in places with hyperinflation, you feel it. And so, listen, I formed Galaxy out of my family office in 2018. I had had invested a lot in the 2017 bubble. I got involved in not just Bitcoin, but the whole crypto space. And, you know, I was a retired hedge fund manager. I spent my life as a macro hedge fund manager, first at Goldman Sachs and then at Fortress. And running a family office is a pretty nice gig.
You're not good at retiring.
People come to you, they pitch ideas. And so the thought of going back and building a business, I really contemplated. And I had three things I cared about. One is, are you going to work with young people? Because that's where the good energy is. Two is, are you going to learn a lot? And three is, do you have something to add to the space? And I could check all those boxes. We started Galaxy as a bridge between institutions and the crypto community. Can we bridge over? And in some ways, maybe in the long run, we're just a bridge, you know, a bridge in general, because the crypto community really is about peer-to-peer transactions. And in the long run, decentralized finance might put us out of business. But so that was our mission statement. And we have built now 5 different businesses. We have a direct investment business. We use our own money to invest in crypto. Matter of fact, Michael, you got a lot of credit for being the first kind of US corporate to put Bitcoin on your balance sheet. You know, we had done that in Canada. We're a Canadian listed company, even though we're based in the US, in 2018. So, you know, we've got Bitcoin and other coins on our balance sheet. We have over 90 venture investments in the space. So we've invested in exchanges, in custody, in protocols, in the decentralized finance revolution, all across the space. We have a sales and trading business. So we're big liquidity providers. We trade over $1 billion a day in tokens. And so we'll make deep markets to anyone who wants them. We have one of the biggest derivative businesses, selling structured products, doing derivatives for mining companies, other corporates who want to, you know, limit their risk or do override strategies on their Bitcoin. We have an investment banking business, going to corporates and saying, mostly corporates in the space, the crypto company space, but not only, and providing expertise. So I told that group, you need to develop as much domain expertise in each of these verticals as possible, so we have something to add. And we have an asset management product. So we have the only Mercer-rated Bitcoin fund. We have created the Bloomberg Galaxy Crypto Index, which was supposed to be, and I think will be, the S&P 500 of the space. Bloomberg's been a great partner. We're launching an Ether fund right now. And we have a $300 million fund that invests in the virtual space. We call it Galaxy Interactive. And so NFTs, the virtual world, digital world. My mission statement really for the guys is, you know, we're disruptors, right? It's systems change. And, you know, I thought a lot about when Michael first bought, you know, for MicroStrategy, is Bitcoin a smart investment for corporate treasuries? And my initial instinct was hesitation a little bit, because, you know, corporate cash is a short duration asset in general, or it can be, and Bitcoin's a long duration asset. Then I started thinking of a couple things. The macro backdrop right now, to some degree, makes it imperative that with some of your cash, you want to diversify. I just think Bitcoin is going to go a lot higher. So there's a bet to it, right? There's a speculative side to it. But I thought the much more important story, and I'm not sure if people have hit on this, is it's sending a really important signal to a part of America and a part of the world that cares a lot about this, right? So if you saw what happened with GameStop recently, where the horde got so frustrated with the center, right? We almost had a revolution in financial markets that was reminiscent of the revolution we almost saw at the Capitol with the alt-right guys, kind of, you know, just that frustration. And so you'd be tone deaf as a corporation or as a person not to understand that there is this frustration out there. And Bitcoin and crypto is the currency of choice of millennials and Gen Z. Period, end of story. It is the currency, the social currency of the internet. And so it sends an amazingly powerful message, both for stock price appreciation and to your customers, hey, that you care about them, that you're listening to them. And so kind of my broad advice in general to corporates is, hey, if you can take Bitcoin or another crypto as a payment system, right? You can sell your hamburgers or your nice suits or your glasses, right? If that can be part of your payment process, great, because you're listening to people. They want it. It's coming. If that's not your biz, even putting some of it on your balance sheet sends that very powerful message. It's been de-risked in lots of ways. It was a lot riskier to buy when I bought it at $90 or even at $1,000 or $10,000 than it is to buy up here at $35,000. And I'm not guaranteeing the price goes straight up. It could go back down to 27,000 and go back up. There'll be volatility, right? We're trading at a 90 vol asset right now. But it's de-risked in a lot of different ways, right? There are amazing custody solutions. Back when we first bought it, you thought, Jesus, what if I lose my key? What if that doesn't exist anymore. And I'm sure Michael yesterday took you through how he's custodied his stuff, but there are plenty of great custody providers. And so there's also this kind of reputational risk. Like when Paul Tudor Jones bought it for hedge funds and Stan Druckenmiller bought it in his hedge fund, Bill Miller, you have these legendary investors, the career risk of looking dopey went away, right? When we have 3 of the biggest insurance companies now buying Bitcoin for their general account, that needs Fed approval, it needs insurance regulator approval. And so the next insurance company isn't taking career risk. He's taking some market risk, but it's very different than career risk. And so when I used to talk about Bitcoin, I had a sign, I'd rather look stupid than be stupid, but everyone thought I was stupid. Oh my God, or it was a little wacky. Now people don't. Now my phone rings off the hook and people want to understand it. And
sorry. So if the companies are excited about Bitcoin and they decided they want to buy into it, and what does Galaxy Digital offer in terms of products and services for corporations that have gotten over that hurdle?
Sure, great. So first and foremost, I think we offer a sales force and a firm that understands the space as well as anybody, if not better. And so we want to educate, people in both how to buy it and what the whole ecosystem is. We have a trading desk that's got deep liquidity, and so we can white glove people buying Bitcoin and storing it. We have a suite of custodians that we use, from Fidelity to Bakkt to BitGo. We have a derivative desk that is creative, so creative solutions. Some people want yield on their Bitcoin. Some people are willing to give up some of the upside to have downside protected. And so we'll write derivatives in structured note form or an outright derivative form. Some people want to put it in a fund. We have the only Mercer rated fund. And so we really want to work with the treasurer or the CFO of each individual client and figure out what they need. We have an investment banking side that can come in and, if they want to think about, Jesus, do I want to expand my business into something that looks more crypto?
So they can buy the underlying Bitcoin, they can buy a derivative, they can buy in the fund. Do you offer custody if they buy Bitcoin for you? Do they custody it with you, or they move it to another custodian?
We custody it at either Fidelity, Bakkt, or BitGo.
Okay.
And we made this bet a while ago that in most assets in the world, people don't custody where they buy, right? You want to separate custodian from trading. And so it's interesting in crypto, that isn't necessarily the case with lots of people. So it's kind of, a mixed bag on how people think about it.
Okay. Can you describe your customer base, especially like any kind of corporations or like kind of clients?
Yeah, listen, we started off like most with high net worth individuals. We have a bunch of hedge funds that trade with us. We have pension, we're growing a pension fund business, an endowment business, and a few corporates. The corporate thing is just starting in lots of ways. I think it's going to be one of the big growth businesses for all of the crypto space this year and next year. We literally are hiring people. We've just hired 5 salesmen in the last 2 weeks. Gives you some sense of the demand that we're seeing and the opportunity that we see.
Can you say something about where you're licensed and what jurisdictions that you're doing business in?
Sure. We have offices, first of all, in New York, Chicago, London, Hong Kong, Tokyo. That's it. We're FINRA regulated. We're SEC regulated. Right. We're a listed company. We're about a $3 billion or $2.8 billion market cap company. We've got a balance sheet over $1 billion. And so we're well capitalized. We trade on the Canadian stock market. And listen, we're a little, when I talked about being this bridge between the institutional world and the crypto world, we wear suits most days and hoodies on some days. Right? The crypto world, in lots of ways, reminds me of when Uber got started, right? You're able to smash a bunch of rules and break things. And we didn't have that luxury. We pretty much play straight down the middle. I used to have a sign that says, "We're too rich to go to jail." And even Gary Gensler, the new head of the SEC, he was really interesting. And he taught a class on blockchain at MIT, and I taught one of his lectures, or gave one of his lectures. And he said, when you regulate, you let small companies experiment and play in the gray zone, but you don't let big companies play in that. And so we started off as a public company, and therefore we've never played in the gray zone. And so we're pretty buttoned up in terms of, our processes around security, KYC, and all the rest.
Okay. So what's the typical customer journey for a corporation that does business with you?
It's first for a corporation to think about, what their purpose, what their mission is with their corporate treasury, right? Like if it literally is a short duration asset that turns over all the time, what percentage can you afford that is going to be there to take a bet on, right? Now, you could flip it and just say, what percentage can you afford to lose? But listen, Bitcoin is a great alternative to fiat currency, and it's a great hedge versus the debasement of currency. There's no guarantee that, we're going to become Venezuela. Quite frankly, I pray every night that we don't become Venezuela. It's just the possibility of that happening is growing. The probability is growing. And so the word hedge is probably the right word. Putting some Bitcoin in your portfolio is the right hedge. So it's really working with them to figure out what they want. We'll try to come up with as many creative solutions to their problems as we can. The onboarding process is really quick, right? It's easy for corporates because most corporates are used to, having documentation and going right through the know your customer, process. And then it's, deciding to trade. We'll give, people credit for a few days if they want to buy Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is instant settlement in general. That doesn't necessarily work for most new people. And so, we'll extend credit for a day, 2 days, a week, depending on, what's needed for the individual customer. Okay.
So, what's your outlook for the Bitcoin marketplace for the next 1, 2, 3 years?
Yeah, listen, I think we've hit a tipping point in this network effect I talked about. And my base case is, if I look at Bitcoin as a percentage of gold, I think Bitcoin is going to be digital gold. I know a lot of people disagree with me. They'll think, no, it's going to be money. It's going to be the blockchain of all blockchains. I just don't think so. I think it's got a beautiful lane as a store of value. It was perfectly designed as a store of value. And so I think of it as what percentage of market cap is gold. We're about 6% of gold market cap. My sense is by the end of the year, we are easily 10. So that gets you to Bitcoin 55, 60,000. I know as soon as we get to 10, we're going to say, well, why 10? Why not 20? And when we get to 20, we're going to be 50, and then we're going to be 100. And so I would be, 60,000 the end of this year, and I'm 500,000 probably by 2024, 2025. I was born in the year of the dragon in 1964, and 2024 is the next year of the dragon. So I said, we get to 500,000 by then, I'm going to get a dragon tattoo. But I'm kind of kidding, but I'm not. I think you're going to see this. And just like it used to be crazy and now it's not, why is 10% of gold a target and not all of gold. And so it doesn't happen overnight. It happens with more and more education, with more and more seminars like this, with more and more communities buying into the idea.
Okay, so we've got every corporation watching this right now. They're thinking about integrating Bitcoin either onto their balance sheet or into their P&L in some fashion. What kind of advice would you offer them based on your experience?
Listen, there's a little bit of a crawl, walk, run process. If you're making cars, I would certainly allow people to try to transact in crypto because it's a great marketing angle, and you can convert that crypto into dollars or dollars into crypto pretty easily, almost flawlessly, or seamlessly, I should say. But I would probably tell them, and it's a little bit different public and private. Public, you really got to think through what's the messaging around this. I think the messaging to me would be really clear. It's, we're listening to you. We hear you, right? We're part of this generation. We're part of this movement, right? The cryptocurrency movement, the blockchain revolution is a revolution. It is about people saying, I want a different system, right? I'm sick of the system that exists. I'm sick of the institutions that are rent takers that are constantly kind of getting one up on me. And so participating in this crypto revolution I think it's an easy thing to message.
I mean, the revolution in economic empowerment, maybe something interesting. You've got a view as a venture capitalist, right? You're involved in a bunch of crypto ventures. That's interesting because the other companies that have spoken at this conference didn't have that such a strong interest. So I'm wondering, do you see any particular strategies that companies are pursuing right now to differentiate their offerings via Bitcoin? Where's this crypto industry going?
Well, I mean, you look at Square, right? What they did just by, what Jack Dorsey's done, right? Brilliant, right? You look what PayPal did. I mean, PayPal, 330 million customers, right? They're in essence the largest bank by customers. And they sent a really strong message. Every single bank got scared. I got calls from every one of those banks that next week.
Really?
Can you come talk to us? Because we're going to move from people having bank accounts to people having wallets on their phone, right? Facebook is going to come screaming into this business real quick with the Diem coin. Diem is going to be a dollar-based stable coin, and they're going to have the Novi wallet. And so I think the big financial firms are trying to scramble. I don't think they'll move fast enough, to be fair. I think tech guys are much better at biting off their arm to grow a new arm. But so in payments, you're going to see a wild fight over who wins the payment game. All of that is good for the Bitcoin ecosystem because it's built on the same rails and the same ideology. Even if it's a dollar-based stable coin, that wallet is going to allow you to buy Bitcoin in it. And so, Bitcoin's got a pretty narrow mission statement, right? Which is give me a hedge against the debasement of currency. And so the easier access we have to that. And so for corporations figuring out how crypto works, listen, we're, looking really closely at the NFT market, right? So you're seeing collectibles switch from physical collectibles to digital collectibles overnight. There's a company called NBA Top Shop that 3 weeks ago no one had heard of, and now everyone's talking about. There was a LeBron James card that you bought for $9 that traded for $71,000. And so this shift generationally for living on the internet to digital world is happening in light speed. And I think one of the things our company Galaxy can do for companies is help educate them on that, right? We have the best guys around kind of the digital world. And every company needs to be thinking not just how blockchain affects us, but how this transition from a physical world to a digital world is going to affect them. So and it's happening at light speed.
So that's a unique lead into my next question, which is, how do you compare your firm to all the other vendors in the space?
So there's a lot of firms that are Bitcoin maximalists in some ways, or transactional firms. We're a firm about human capital. We literally want to be the smartest guys in the space. We think we have a lot of the smartest guys in the space. And I think what we're offering to clients is that knowledge. Not knowledge as an investor, that knowledge as a corporate, that knowledge as a participant. And so I'm not a maximalist. I actually love Bitcoin, but I think the big revolution is going to be built on probably the Ethereum blockchain, and the coolest stuff is going to be driverless banks and driverless insurance companies. You know, what we call DeFi now is going to just be fintech, and it's going to be companies without employees. There's a lot of KYC issues to address, but there's some great companies that are already working on solutions, right? We're going to be able to transact. There'll be a company on a blockchain that'll give you the blue check. I don't know who I'm transacting with, but I know he's been KYC'd. And so pretty soon the DeFi stuff is going to eat the lunch of traditional finance. And what's surprising me is how fast it's growing. Like I used to say, all of this is a sandbox, right? Where this is a venture sandbox. I'm now seeing guppies jump out of the sandbox and become frogs, right? There's a payment system in Korea called the Chai payment system that's built on the Terra blockchain that uses the Luna coin, and all of a sudden people's eyes start spinning. But it's starting to get more and more market share in payments in Korea. So that's like a real world application. So every business has to say, hey, what's coming in the future? And every investor has to say, hey, crypto used to be kind of a cool thing. Now in 3 years, I'm going to have to understand it so I understand what's going to get whacked in my old word portfolio.
So the future is coming faster than you think.
Much faster.
So my final question. So what are your plans for the future for your products and your company?
So we are, this idea of being the bridge between institutions and crypto was really painful for a couple of years because the institution just didn't come. And we just kept having meeting after meeting and education. And COVID really changed all that. COVID gave the macro stories such power, and it accelerated the digitalization of everything. And so now we can't grow fast enough. We're 120 employees. We will be 160 literally in 2 months. We opened a mining group, a Bitcoin mining. We hired this woman, Amanda Fabiano from Fidelity, who's one of the world's experts at Bitcoin mining. And so that's an important piece of the Bitcoin ecosystem, right? Without mining, there is no Bitcoin. And so really to understand that, providing advice to miners, both in capital raising and in derivative hedging. We are growing our geographic footprint. We'll be hiring a bunch in both Asia and in Europe. And really, continuing to kind of, I think, educate our own internal human capital so we can be a good source of understanding of this space. The most exciting stuff, of course, is investing in all these new technologies, because I think that's where you end up getting the energy. Like, even if you're just selling Bitcoin, understanding what's happening gives you the energy to connect. And so I think it's really important to have a diverse business that, we're talking about building a 21st century bank in the 21st century. All of the banks that we're used to banking at were built 100 years ago on mindset of 100 years ago or 50 years ago with technology and legacy infrastructure. And so we're starting from scratch. And I think there's a huge advantage to do that.
Yeah, I agree. Look, Mike, thanks for joining us today. It's
awesome.
been wonderful.
Michael, thanks for doing this. I think, listen, really, you came onto the scene like you got my rookie of the year.
Okay, I'll
really
take
like
it.
a fire plug. So well appreciated.
I'll take it. You have a good one.
Take care.
Great. I am extremely honored and excited to have our final guest of our Bitcoin for Corporations conference. And when you think about what we've discussed over the last 2 days, I actually can't think of a company or a guest who can actually bring everything full circle better than Charles and Paxos, as really a company that is at the intersection of cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, and technology. And this Bitcoin for Corporations conference is really a part of MicroStrategy world. which is a very large tech and BI conference. So welcome, Charles. So excited to have you here. And maybe you just start for those who don't know you and your company by introducing yourself.
Yeah, sure. Well, first, thanks a lot for having me. Excited to be here and excited to be able to really talk a lot about what we're doing at Paxos and give an overview of where we're at. So, some of the highlights is we're about 150 people in Singapore, New York, and London. We're headquartered in New York. And I think some of the hallmarks of Paxos are firstly that we are a product and engineering company, but we're also a highly regulated financial institution. And in almost all cases, we were the first to achieve certain regulatory approvals and still the only one. And when we think of ourselves as a technology company and as a regulated financial institution, what's very important for us is being trustworthy and being very credible. And so we created a trust company in the state of New York in May of 2015, the first company to be approved in the country as a trust to operate in both the crypto and blockchain markets. And we've gone out and subsequently got additional regulatory approvals, full member of SWIFT, access to the Federal Reserve National Settlement System. We have a no action letter from the SEC. And fundamentally, what this is allowing us to do is to hold our customers' assets. And what's very important for us is that we're holding those assets and we're allowing them to be able to move into this new crypto ecosystem that has been really developing for quite some time, but is now hitting a shift from the early adopter market to the mainstream market. And we've raised over $240 million of capital. That is another element that with our regulatory oversight gives our customers confidence to use us. And really our products are varied, but in the crypto market specifically, we have two sets of products that customers use us for. One, if there was a corporation and they want to be able to just buy crypto, in a very simple way, be able to use it for their treasury purposes, they can open an account with us, they can buy crypto, sell crypto, hold crypto with us. We're a qualified custodian. And as I mentioned, the first one in the country. And then secondly, we have a product called crypto brokerage. And this is something we're very proud of. Our customers include Revolut and PayPal for this product. And what this enables is corporations that might want to have a crypto experience for their own customers. And so in the case of, say, PayPal, Revolut, we're powering in the back end their crypto buy, sell, and hold. And what we also can enable for corporations is the ability to send and receive crypto, because they want to be part of this monetary network that is developing and not just own the monetary asset. And so I think, it's very important to not just be part of this early adopter community moving to the mainstream and this asset class that is emerging, but also to take advantage of the asset network, the monetary network that is developing. And so that's what we really do here at Paxos, is act as that infrastructural layer that can provide access to these markets in different ways for customers and do it in a really credible and safe way.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Obviously, a lot of folks knew about Paxos before the PayPal announcement, but that was a seismic shift in the crypto world when PayPal announced that they were going to allow 280 million of their users to onboard. What more can you tell us about that? I mean, obviously that was a huge announcement for your company, huge announcement for the Bitcoin and crypto world. And a huge announcement for the finance world in general. I'd love to hear. I'm sure everyone would like to hear sort of the front row seat view of that.
Well, I think we're very, very proud of what we did with PayPal. And, I think there's a number of reasons why Paxos was the right partner for them, including all of the regulatory approvals that we've gotten, the capital that we've raised, the product set that we have, the turnkey solution that we could offer. But we're also, it's such a big deal for the industry. As you said, 280 million people now can have seamless access into this ecosystem. And that's part of what's really driving this mainstream adoption curve. And certainly corporations, et cetera, are going to help continue to drive this as well, because it's about being a network. It's about being an open network that anyone can be a part of. And it's creating financial freedom, and it's creating a democratization. And, PayPal is just getting started. They put out a 2-page press release. This is, something that they're really committed to. They keep talking about how committed they are to it. And I think that's really clear. They're doing so many exciting things. And there are many firms like them that are also engaging. And so if we just looked at, what our pipeline looks like, we're seeing a dramatic change in the level of engagement from what you would call mainstream institutions. And I think that's very emblematic of this hitting a mainstream curve of billions of people ultimately having access. And I think that'll be the case in the next 18 months. We'll look back and say, wow, this has stopped being something that was a bit of a sideshow, and it's become something that is changing everybody's lives. And that's how you know that a technology is really reaching its potential. And that's how you know, I think, whether it's Bitcoin or the crypto and blockchain ecosystems really can change the financial system. That's the bet that we always made at Paxos. So we haven't positioned ourselves as a retail brand. We positioned ourselves as an infrastructure brand. And that's meant for this moment in time. This is meant for institutions that want to make sure that they have a really high quality provider of services. We've always asked for permission, not for forgiveness. So I went out and got the trust company before anyone else. If you think about May of 2015, it took us 3 years. So we were doing this in May of 2012. Bitcoin was the only thing that existed then, right? I mean, this is how early we were to believing that the entire ecosystem of financial services would change, and that we wanted to make the investments to make that possible. And now we're really getting to that point where it's happening, and we're excited to be a leader to do it. I think that's what PayPal recognized, and I think that's what so many other firms are starting to recognize about Paxos and about crypto in general.
Well, it's pretty inspirational. So, you talked a little bit about your products and your 2 different product segments, and maybe we can focus on the second one a little bit more, because we've talked about Bitcoin for corporations, and there's different ways to enter the network, if you will, as a corporation. One is just to hold on your balance sheet the way MicroStrategy has, and another is to make it part of your product strategy and put it on your P&L, which is what PayPal has and what Paxos and others have. What advice would you give companies who are considering the latter, whether they're in the fintech space or finance space or not? And how would you suggest someone who wants to go down that path think about it?
Well, it's really interesting. I think PayPal is just talking about this publicly. So, on their earnings call yesterday. So I'm not saying something that is, different than what they've been saying. The level of engagement from a customer of PayPal, once they've gone and purchased crypto on their app, is 2x. It's, in other words, it's multiples of what the normal level of engagement is. And that's because it's exciting. It's a new asset class. It's creating empowerment. It's creating a high level of enthusiasm. And so that's something everyone has to consider, because you're changing your relationship with your customers. You're giving them another reason to be excited to be your customer. And if you don't do that, others will. They're going to find it somewhere. And so my first point is, this is exciting. Your customers want it. It's really clear. We see this across the board. You have to really be thinking about this if you're a business that is having a financial relationship with their customers. And, so there's PayPal, but there's so many other fintech firms also that have offered this: SoFi, Revolut, Robinhood, Square, obviously, and on and on. And you have to really be thinking seriously about it. And I think that's not just because crypto is exciting and interesting, but it's also because there's a real shift that's happening, which is that an open financial system means that you can have a different relationship with a customer. You can offer a financial services relationship with a customer simply by having them download an app or open an account with you. And that's a little bit different than just having a banking relationship or just having a payment relationship. You can now become much more expansive. And that's the power of open systems. It's the real game changer for how assets can move. And so over time, it shouldn't just be about crypto. It's going to be about how all assets are, in fact, moving in this new way. And so I think your next question has to be, how can I do this really quickly? How can I do this in a way that doesn't take me a process of hiring a lot of people and building a capability in-house? And so you have to look for external service providers. And, I think Paxos has specifically built itself just for this moment and for that type of customer, for those who want to be able to offer this. We're not trying to be a retail brand. We are not trying to acquire 25 or 50 million retail customers ourselves. We want to power other people's businesses as infrastructure on a B2B or a B2C basis. And so if someone says, I want in a turnkey way, be able to offer crypto products to my customers, they can come to us. We have the API endpoints. We're highly regulated. We're able to do this quickly. We've done it for others. We've done it for Revolut. We've done it for PayPal. We can do it for you. And you can decide how you want to do it. So there's a bit of a choose your adventure here. You could say, I would like to be able to have just buy and sell and hold. And you could do that. You could say, I'd like to have buy and sell and hold and send and receive, which, and that starts to open up the number of possibilities for your customers and what they can do. It's not just an asset. It starts to become about the network. And then lastly, you can also decide how you want to integrate with us. You could integrate with us where your customers are Paxos customers. So you don't have to go get all the regulatory approvals. Or you could just be the customer of Paxos and it's subledgered by the regulated institution. So you can either say you want to be regulated or you don't want to be regulated. And so we can even take away your regulatory burden for you. And so this is really, I think, a different way of approaching it, because we know that inevitably lots of different relationships are going to be formed where they want to be able to enable crypto. And sometimes that firm might be regulated. Sometimes it might not be regulated. They all want to be able to have the possibility of having a different relationship with their customers. And that's what we're here to do.
That's great. So the audience we have here today, Charles, is quite an international one. And as you know better than me, a lot of the innovation that's happening in fintech happens in the US, but quite a bit is happening outside of the US. So tell us a little bit about your footprint globally, and sort of what a non-US customer might look at Paxos for.
Sure. I'll be honest, a majority of our customers are outside of the United States. When we started Paxos, we actually started it in Singapore because it took us so long to get the trust company approved to operate in the United States that we actually began to operate from there. And we have a payments license that's underway that Singapore just created, and we're in the first batch that's pushing through that. So the international market is really important to us. Majority of our customers are outside the US. Part of the reason why that's so exciting is because a lot of countries outside the US have unstable currencies. They have unstable political and financial systems, and crypto appeals to them. Even tokenized dollars appeal to them in many cases, because you essentially can create a bank account now simply by having a wallet that you download. And then you can have this asset, you put it in there, and you can now go and have what is in effect a savings account or a checking account. And that's different than how it's ever been before. In the world, maybe there's 1 billion, if you want to be generous, 2 billion bank accounts, but there are about whatever it is, I think 3 or 4 million smartphones growing far faster, like 25 or 30% a year. Almost everyone's going to have a smartphone shortly, and you want to be able to have financial services, even if you don't have enough balances to have a traditional bank account. And that's what this is offering. And I think that's in part most important outside of the United States. Even though in the United States, there's about 25% unbanked and underbanked. People sometimes don't realize how large the unbanked and underbanked is even in the US, but it's far more of a problem outside the United States. And we're excited to be able to help power that. We have customers outside the US, some of our who use us in this exact same way, crypto brokerage. We're really careful about making sure we're only operate in the right countries. We're not going to operate in North Korea, but we're really very much able to take customers from anywhere in the world.
So you made a very compelling argument that if you have a financial relationship with your customer, you should really be considering a cryptocurrency relationship with your customer, or else you fall behind. And we've heard that theme again and again. MicroStrategy is, we also do what we call the OEM business, right? And a lot of customers of ours choose us to embed in their business. And it is a big responsibility, and at times it's an advisory responsibility, right? So what's the advice you'd give to somebody, right? Like you talked about, well, there's a build versus buy decision, and you can certainly accelerate when you buy or you partner with a Paxos. But what are the things that you would suggest to someone who's just about to get into this, and they should really be considering and thinking?
Well, it comes down to in part what we talked about, which is what type of relationship are you trying to have? Are you trying to protect your own corporate funds? Paxos can help you with that. You want to protect your own corporate funds. You want to be able to invest your corporate funds in an asset class that has so much potential. Come to Paxos and we can help you. If you want to change the relationship that you have with your customers, because you have a payment relationship, you have a financial relationship, you have an engagement relationship that you want to extend, you can also come to Paxos and we can enable that. You don't have to be regulated. You can offer this to your customers by integrating with Paxos. If you are regulated, we can do this for your customers. And so you have to think a little bit about where exactly do you want to go, and recognize that even if you just want to buy crypto for your customers, in part, what's going to make this shift even more enduring is that this is a monetary network that is being created. It is a usage network that's being created. And even if you're just holding the underlying asset, you only want to do that because you have to believe you're going to create a monetary network over time. And you want to be able to access that monetary network. And you want to be able to access it in a safe and regulated way. And again, this is where Paxos comes into play here. You want someone who's a custodian who spent, the last 7 years building the capabilities to hold these types of assets safely, send them safely, compliantly, understand what's going on, has the capital, and has the credibility to do this for you, however you would like to proceed forward. And importantly, as exciting as Bitcoin is, I believe almost all assets are going to be upgraded to move in a blockchain-based world. And so, you still might want to have dollars, even if it's less of them, because you want to have more Bitcoin. It's a better store of value, but you might need to pay with dollars. You want tokenized dollars. We also have a product, tokenized gold. You're going to have tokenized equities, private and public company shares. Almost everything is going to end up tokenized. And so you want to start to get into the journey of that process. And crypto is something that has captured everyone's imagination, rightfully so, because of what it can represent over time, which is it becomes gold from, say, just being possibly gold. That is a huge upside possibility. And then it becomes a monetary asset, not just a store of value asset. Those are huge upside potentials that get people excited and create the network of everyone wanting to join. But it's about even more than that, in my opinion. It's about $600 trillion of assets being tokenized over time. Because why would you keep them in centralized databases, dormant, very hard to move? And you end up with problems just like we had last week with GameStop. And so, you could go on and on about how changing the monetary system will allow you to change the plumbing of the entire financial system too. And you want to be a part of that. And you just got to decide where you want to be. Just going to hold that asset. I want to be part of the network. I want to be able to offer this to my customers.
Great. So you're segueing into the sort of next topic really well here, and you're talking about sort of the overall monetary network in the world and where you think it's going to go. Where do you see Bitcoin going in the next, call it 1 to 3 years? What do you see as sort of the next big things?
Well, it's clear to me that the early adopter stage is something we're exiting. And that was maybe tens of millions of people in the world in some way involved in the crypto ecosystem. And you're going to the mainstream phase. And I think PayPal, maybe you would say, kicked that off officially. And mainstream phase being you're getting to billions of people that are using this. And that is absolutely going to happen in the next 18 months. And that's hard to even understand in some ways because your brains don't work that way. You think, oh, it's going to happen linearly. And then it happens non-linearly. And that goes back to all these sayings. Well, how did something happen? Well, it was slow at first and then very fast at the end. And why does that happen? Because compounding in that way is not how we're used to thinking. And when we see that happen in the next 18 months, it's going to have a huge knock-on effects in terms of who has access to the product and what I think will happen to the price. And it's always hard to prognosticate prices. If you just said, based off what we know today, the price is going to go up dramatically. Now, clearly, we could just keep printing money to such an extent that the price could go up dramatically without any new entrants coming in, any new participants coming into the system. So the tailwinds here are enormous. Huge change in adoption, plus the macro headwinds of, constant debt financed money printing. Those historically can create a really powerful feedback loop and a virtuous cycle that makes it so that you really need to be involved in this asset, and you need to be thinking about how this can change your financial future and how it can change the financial system. And so that's Bitcoin, and it's going to have knock-on effects because when everyone has access to a tokenized asset, in this case, Bitcoin or something similar to it that sits natively on a blockchain, you're going to immediately say, well, why can't I move all the rest of my assets like this? Why am I tied? Why can't I move like dollars 24 hours, 7 days a week? Why can't I access my stocks and have them settle 24 hours, 7 days a week instantaneously? This doesn't make any sense. And you have to have a first key leading edge to that journey happen, which to me is what the crypto ecosystem is showing, and Bitcoin is leading the way in that. But it's going to be so much broader than just one asset or one specific type of monetary network. It's going to be very expansive here.
Well, I think the idea that in the next 18 months we'll have billions of people with access to Bitcoin is really amazing. And then beyond
it's stunning,
that,
really, yeah.
Yeah, and then beyond that, to your point, tokenizing fiat currencies and other kinds of financial instruments too. So, what are some of the things that you're doing as a company to scale and to prepare your product for that level of growth?
Well, it's something we've been building now for 7 years, specifically for this. We really recognized, and my experience has been in financial markets as an investor, I've worked in financial institutions, and my viewpoint was that this was going to be the seminal moment as we came out of the financial crisis where you could replumb the financial system. And you had all this innovation that happened in the front end. You can trade in microseconds. It's almost baffling how fast you can trade, but the settlements and the movements are still so archaic. And we see yet again last week an example of why that is such a huge problem. And so we've been building this for a long time. We've been building the regulatory approvals. We've been building the platform. And importantly, we've raised the capital to do it as well. So we raised $240 million of capital. That's to invest in our regulatory approvals. We have a trust bank that we're applied for nationally. We're working on a clearing agency registration. All of these approvals are using up our capital base, but also to grow the team. And so we've grown significantly during COVID. I'm surprised at how well it has worked, better than I would have ever imagined. And we're continuing to grow really aggressively to invest to make sure that we can handle the type of growth that I talked about, because this is what our pipeline is showing us. And I can imagine if you look at it on an industry-wide basis, there are other people are seeing the exact same thing. But it's different when you're infrastructure. Can you be up 4 nines, 5 nines? That's what we're able to do. That's a much different thing from, kind of an early adopter stage where you can go down all the time. That doesn't work if you're going to have an entire financial system building off of this technology. So you have to recognize, how do you get to this more advanced stage? How can you make sure that you're trustworthy at a level that isn't just for somebody who has kind of the realistic tolerance for that to go down because they know that this is early, as opposed to somebody where they're thinking of it just like their ATM or whatever it is, where it should always be up. And that's what we're doing. That's what we invested in. And we built the company for this.
That's great. Thank you for that. And Charles, one of the benefits of being the anchor man, if you will, for the MicroStrategy Bitcoin for Corporations conference is you get to give all the corporations who are listening the last piece of advice and parting words. So anything you'd like to share to end the conference?
No, I always feel complimented to be the anchor leg. So thanks for having me in this spot. Look, I think the key takeaway is there's lots of different ways to be involved in this type of shift that's happening. But the shift is real. It's very large. It's happening, and it's going to really be evident in the next 18 months. You don't want to wait until it's obvious. Because then you'll miss the opportunity. It doesn't mean that you won't be part of it, but you won't be able to capture quite the same amount of upside. And it's really important to be able to be there at the early stages to experiment with it. You know, if you don't experiment with it and you're rushing at the end, it's hard to build the institutional knowledge. And so whatever your business is, maybe it's just holding crypto to protect your balance sheet from dollar inflation. That's fine. That's a great way to do it. But also, you know, you want to think about how can you be able to send and receive that, because it'll eventually be a monetary network that you'll then take advantage of. On the other hand, maybe you want to change your relationship with your customers. You got to start thinking about that now because others are doing it. You know, hundreds and hundreds of millions of people have access now. When it gets to billions, you don't want to be behind the 8 ball. And the sooner you do that, the sooner you can build the capabilities and the understanding to evolve with where the future is going. And so I think now is the actual right moment for that before we enter clear mainstream adoption, and you could very well be left behind.
I think that's a great message to end things. This is a generational change, you know, up there with personal computing, the internet, mobile computing, you know, and you don't want to be a laggard. You want to be first, or at least in the group that's leading. So, and clearly you guys are. So thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And thank you everyone who's joined us for the Bitcoin for Corporations conference at MicroStrategy World.now. Appreciate all of your time too.
Thanks a lot. Good to see you.